And here we are. It's another day, and that means it's another bit of Valorant we're about to watch. We had Group C yesterday with us with some pack in action, and Group D is slightly bit different. On my side is obviously Big Brian Ryan Central. And, well, yesterday we saw very few bits of interesting plays, interesting compositions. First half's going great, second half's going well. Well, Group D only offers us really one big favorite. The other ones are fairly unknown components in this one.
Yeah, the main team is going to be Attack All Around. They have some pretty solid results in the SEA region, and they're going to be sort of the main focus, at least of the first game, as they're going to be playing up against Frostwolf. We'll sort of go over that as well as the format, all of the teams, the regions, and of course the prize pool and prizes that these guys are playing for in the AOC Valorant Masters. And it should be a straightforward start to Attack All Around, similar to 𝗔𝒑𝒐𝗏𝗏 yesterday. They will have the first two games, so we get a better look at them, and then from there we can sort of get to see teams like Team 600 play a little bit later in the day. So it should be a straightforward day for Attack All Around. I don't think there's really any surprise teams in here, but for that second slot to qualify, you're looking at 𝗏𝗏 potentially.
Very true indeed. You mentioned yesterday the crew of 𝗔𝒑𝒐𝗏𝗏𝗏. A very unfortunate ending for them, obviously, as they had to, actually take the position out of the group and had to deny their own access because if they had to actually play another game at the same time and therefore were not allowed to participate, understandably in that sense. But we can take a look over everything, over groups, over prize pools, over everything that we can watch right here for the AOC Masters. So I would say we will hop into our first segment right there. If I am not totally wrong, it is going to be prize pool. Tell me I'm right, Ryan. Is it? It was prize pool.
I have. It's format. It's the format that we're looking at. And we
get
to see,
damn it! It's format,
regions. Right? It's a geography lesson more than anything to see who's taking part in the national qualifiers. We are on the last group of the regional group phase, and then we'll be going on to the regional finals, which will be in about 2 weeks' time. And in this group, we have like a lot of key teams, as we sort of mentioned, but we need to sort of go over what they're playing for. Not only are they playing for a prize pool, they're playing for the new AOC monitors that have come out recently. So a nice thing to certainly go into 2021 with champions starting having the best monitor that you could possibly get in a scenario like this, as well as prize pool from a tournament and the confidence knowing that you're one of the better teams in the Southeast Asia region is going to be what will separate the men from the boys, so to speak. But this is going to be some... Carry on. I was just going to say that it should be a straightforward day, but we ourselves have already seen some pretty interesting results happen because of the upsets yesterday, I guess.
Yeah, the funny part for me regarding the men to the boys is the existence of Ginny, obviously, as she is the one who's not here coming as one of the boys. She's actually, leading the charge in this sort of an item, which she has done in the past for Attack All Around. Interesting move, if you ask me, because especially as you're IGLing in front of the crowd of those guys, you probably sometimes have to really, get a little angry at them or like a little harsh. But either way, yeah, that's going to be obviously our big favorite and our big main topic to talk about. Geography lesson. I think I've only been to the Philippines from all those regions. I've never been to any of those other countries, unfortunately. But from that, obviously, to the prize pool there, you already mentioned it's AOC gaming monitors as well as big bucks. They gain 5K are on the line for the winner. 3, 2, and 1 coming in for the next few places, as well as a few AOC monitors. And if you're wondering so far who we see already participating come through, that was TMT, Overtime, AHQ, I think very obviously AHQ, Bren representing the Philippines, SMG, Alter Ego, and now it's the final 2 slots that are left open to see who's going to make it into this finals.
Yeah, different regions as well. In this one, you've got Attack All Around from Thailand. You've got the guys over at 𝗏𝗏𝒏𝗏, which will be from Malaysia. Team 600 from Singapore, and then Frostwolf, who are coming up against Attack All Around from Indonesia. So the final 3 teams in this, 𝗏𝗏𝒏𝗏 is at least an organization that I'm aware of, have played in the past, but really, it's not as maybe competitive when you look at the players and the teams that are running in previous groups. There seems to be always two teams that stand out as very notable. But in Group D, it seems to be a tackle around just peering over everybody else in the group. It's a team that really should be qualifying no problems. Similar to sort of Team SMG yesterday, but Team SMG, of course, taking a surprise loss against 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗖. These games are all best of one. They're round robin, and it's a best of one on a random map generator. But a couple of things to mention whilst we have a second. There's no Skye, because this tournament started whilst she was vetoed out, same with Icebox. And up until recently, 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗧 has also been taken out of the game completely whilst they fix some issues that she has been having. So, unfortunately, it's likely not going to be any chance for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗧 players to show their stuff so far. But we can see exactly how the next 6 or 7 hours of today is going to sort of last. To tackle around our main focus going forward, and we see 𝗏𝑆TWolf for a couple of games, and then the last half is going to be focusing on all of Team 600 stuff. So maybe by then we know the results come in. There's no maybe big finish. It depends on how a tackle around or Team 600 do within the day. But again, my expectation is that 𝗠DAC should be at least doing relatively well, but their games are a bit mixed up in the day.
Yeah, very, very legit point. I mean, still, you know, right now coming into this game and being like, oh man, we cannot play one of our favorite agents, which could be 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗧. And we saw her in every map except Haven so far. You know, still being picked less than Cypher in most cases. Still a valuable option. We saw her yesterday from time to time. And for example, in a map like Ascent throughout this tournament, she had a 38% pick rate, which obviously makes it maybe for some of those teams a little uncomfortable in that sense. I mean, when we, for example, take a look at our first game between Attack All Around and 𝗏𝑆TWolf, we can't really talk too much about, you know, 𝗏𝗏TWolf because they're missing stats. But, you know, 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗧 so far has, for example, not been seen on the side of AAA. So pretty much relief from their side. They usually play the Cypher with WannaFly, but other than that, they should be all right. With 𝗏𝗏TWolf, this is the thing. Zero knowledge about what's coming in. VLR doesn't feature them. I couldn't find anything on Wikipedia about them as well. And so the only thing I could really get anything off of is their qualifier they had for the region of Indonesia.
Yeah, it's a team that you don't really have too much to go off, and unfortunately they start off this group format with one of the toughest games that they could possibly get at this point. It is looking to be a somewhat small organisation, if anything, as well, just judging off of the pictures. But you mentioned Ginny before. She's been pretty much a part of this stable team for Attack All Around across the tournaments that we've seen, from the early Ignition events in Southeast Asia to now and going forward. Blooms is a relatively new player as far as I know, but Aestix, Gagarin and WannaFly, all regulars for this team without too much changing.
Yeah. For me, it's very interesting, especially the aspect of Ginny that she has competed so far in 3 competitive games, including Counter-Strike and PUBG, which obviously should make her very, very experienced in that sense. Obviously, WannaFly also participated in CS back in the day, mainly playing also for Lucid Dream, which some of you in the region might know. Played the Asian Pro League, went there 4th. So he had his fair share of experience right there, and obviously, I think I have to say Ginny is the most interesting personality in all of this for me, due to the fact that she has to carry or she has to direct four guys throughout this fairly fresh game, while she's probably the most experienced one. And over on Bind, it's the classic map. It's the default map. It's somewhat so. How do I get that? It's the most typical one you could get. So maybe this is their fair share of just playing their really basics, not going too deep into strats, playing off of what you can do best, and maybe individually the difference is even going to be enough.
It could be difficult, though, for Attack All Around. It's their worst map out of the 4 that they've been playing, at least when it comes to win rate. It's literally 50%, 8 wins, 8 losses on Bind. And some of those wins came in super close, overtime against 𝗠𝘀𝑑AC, who we'll see play later on today against them, Bren Esports, and even a close game against QQQ. But they've had some heavy losses to Vision Strikers, to Myth Attitude, who we saw yesterday, even to Boom Esports as a lineup. So this isn't likely to be the hopeful start for Attack All Around today. They should still come out on top, considering that Frostwolves are so new to this scene, I suppose, and there's not really much on them. But we are about to get into it. A tackle round will be attacking first. And I'm curious to see how much they've developed to the meta. And we could see just more of a straightforward composition coming out from them straight away.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that I'm a big fan of Jenny already due to the fact that she plays Breach all around, basically. I mean, she does that Omen mix with her playing Omen or Breach from the statistics. I like that. I'll be honest with you. Considering the fact that she is as most likely as an IGL picking this agent, which can set up all of your teammates so well, is for me a great sign. I don't know. I'm in love with those little details. I'm in love with Breach anyway. So, but considering once we're bringing this in, you mentioned a very valid point. How attack all around might fall or might have a few issues right here and right there. So far, this team has overall, and this is crazy to me, 7 first place finishes throughout the entire course of their existence. That is fairly decent. Made already 5k basically of prize money individually for everyone. They had a devastating 0-3 result against Vision Strikers, but at the same time, I mean, you've been the analyst of this. It has been, unfortunately, Vision Strikers. So, you know how that
𝗠𝘀𝗢 gonna be sort of picking up the jet, and yeah, straightforward stuff from either side. Nothing to stand out to really go over. The double initiator on the side of attack all around. But we're just seeing a double duelist coming out of Frostwolves. So more of an aggressive comp on the defense, but not really too surprising with what attack all around are wanting to run. Based on their playstyle, they're one of the teams that I mentioned yesterday that love to watch some of the other regions, pick up some of their plays and use a couple of their strategies. So it's no surprise to see almost like a European composition coming out of one team and an American one out of the other.
You know, those are the things why every tournament should have somebody with those tiny knowledge bits. Because I'll be honest with you, this is still something for example, I'm personally struggling with all the time. In CS, it's way easier to find such information. You know, with VLR being so fresh, it's becoming problematic for me from time to time. But this is why I'm not alone. This is why somebody like Ryan Central is here. But for now, Ryan Central and myself, we got you through 6 matches of Group D. And this Group D is starting off with a composition that I genuinely find a little worrying on the side of Frostwolves for the lack of flashes they have. The only one I can really see is Omen, obviously. Breach, the total counterpart. 3 of those, and you'll be blind for minutes. At least that's how it feels like.
A lot of reliance on Weird Bill having some really good paranoias. He's actually going to be rotated across now as this execute's coming in from attack all round. Nice smoke to block off a lot of space, and WonderFly is going to be the one trying to break on through to Lamps. Breaker Ball comes out of the defense, gets a lot of information. The rotate's going to come around, but Ginny's doing a little bit more damage.
As somebody needs to cover her, that diffuse part, that plan has been denied, and so Frostwolf only have Insane right now on the server, and if he's going to be that insane, nope. Glooms knows how to deny. The first round comes in for attack all around. Spike's been dropped as well. A wonderful kind of lamp control we saw earlier from 𝗠𝘀𝗢, really ruling out that angle so nobody can be flanked in that way. Paid off quite well. So Ginny and her crew bring in the first.
Yeah, straightforward stuff really. You got WonderFly just sort of getting that first frag, and Lamp's control was in full reign of attack all around. Wasn't too much else to highlight. It was just Frostwolf being a bit slow to rotate and losing a lot of these 1v1 duels. Insane wanted to make a play from ramps, but WonderFly expecting it. He's expected the other as well. Nice connection onto 𝗧. This could be a very quick series, honestly, with the best of one in the way that attack all around are playing. They are a very aggressive team, know exactly how they want to play this kind of stuff.
Tripwire destroyed.
We've seen a lot of individual mistakes and issues for teams, say like Myth Attitude yesterday, that are a team with a lot of potential and ability, but made way too many mistakes. Not really the case for attack all around. They just tend to only lose out to the better teams within Southeast Asia or Asia generally.
The Tech All Around being an organization has been already on the board for like 6 years, getting into the 7th 2021.
Our job gets a whole lot easier.
And already, you know, jumping in this region is so valuable because Valorant becoming this way better internationally embedded kind of thing. I think it's very pivotal for such organizations, especially when they're trying to keep their, you know, their best position in Thailand, for example. Then this is going to be very, very, very valuable to start off that way. Like always getting the best roster, and I think the potential for AAA to be a top 3 team in that Asian region is, you know, from the low sample size, don't get me wrong, absolutely possible.
Take flight.
Bit of aggression on B along actually, with the defense pushing up. So if the camera was used, so they have a good indication of how many people are here. The recon ball comes in at the perfect time to get a kill into Glooms. But they're just going to get that one frag, try and rotate. 𝗠𝗀𝗢 using this as an opportunity to try and sneak in behind, but 𝗧 seems to have a good eye on it. Recon ball is going to come through, not give up anything because nobody's playing from the back of the site. So a lot of utility used, and these players from Frostwolf haven't been caught.
Well, they tried, and 𝗠𝗀𝗢 definitely has something to come up with, as 2 frags have to be found. Seems like 𝗔𝗢 is not done, not at all. The first frag could be granted, and as she is down to 87 points of health, 24 of armor are still on her. And I would be very surprised if she's not just baiting it out a little bit more. Nope, but she's executing through. It's gonna be the A site where she's trying to attack the cam on the right hand and bamboozled! Oh, she's nearly getting missed out. For a second I thought 𝗏𝗀𝗀 is not realizing what's happening, but this is the first coming in, but maybe just one of the few they're about to get.
There's so much Cypher utility still on the A site from 𝗏𝗏𝗏 that it was just so easy for them to just get a read on what 𝗔𝗢 was trying to do. I like the idea of jumping through the teleporter again, but nice positioning from 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to sort of catch him out. And a good round really from Frostwolf, being more proactive on the defense, being a bit aggressive, taking that space, getting that frag, getting out. It's very difficult even with 𝗔𝗢 getting a multi-kill that wasn't enough. And it's the first round for Frostwolf, but still another buy coming in from Attack All Around.
Not very much indeed. And as they find the entry already, I think it's especially debatable as Cypher to push that way when every piece of your utility has been spotted. That's something I genuinely don't understand here, right? When you have such a passive role, I mean, the last patch made you as passive as that you're taking such a position.
Aggressive angle from 𝗏𝗏𝗏 yet again. Find a little close might not be the better gun, but gets caught out just as the smoke gets through. Nice first blood from 𝗔𝗢. A first kill from her, at least this round. 𝗠𝗀𝗢𝗏 has made a lot of space, but Lamb's control is still in the hands of 𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏. He's forced to back out because of the bridge utility that's come through, but make no mistake, Frostwolf is still expecting this fight and ready to take it. They have to be patient and wait for this rotate, this 5 versus 3.
It's not going to be that easy to, you know, play this up in time because they have an after plan. Besides that, 𝗔𝗢 has her ult. This is not going to look that easy. This is not going to look that swift. Insane is making an insane move, and suddenly you see mid-air you could be taken out. It's the ult working so well, and nobody except 𝗔𝗢 herself falls in the process. This is how you play proper after plan. You saw them really take the angles where you would expect it to come from. Nobody came from in behind, so they could pretty much rule it out. Only CT. And from that point on, easy takes.
It was just a straightforward round for Attack All Round. That I'm looking at Frostwolf, and certainly 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 that played super in the face, just on that aggressive angle on A long, getting caught at A mid even, and getting caught out in that fashion. Just really unnecessary from them. We're seeing yet again Insane try to go for an insane peek. 𝗠𝗀𝗢𝗏 expecting it, but on a different angle. Enemy killed. Straightforward stuff. The first blood goes down. The buy isn't big for Frostwolf, so they can afford to be a bit more aggressive. Bladestorm has come out. 2 picks already for Attack All Around.
So for now, I have to say I'm, you know, seeing a very, very solid Attack All Around. Already the move 1 or 2 rounds ago where we saw the Cypher push aggressively into mid didn't make any sense for me at all, but either way, I have to say that this, rotation at the moment is. I'm somewhat in shock to the sense that this is working that swiftly and that it's gonna be punished like that. Oh goodness gracious! It's only Cypher left and the 4th round is granted.
Straightforward cleaning from attack all around. I mean, we saw them go up against a relatively low buy, pistols at most. So far they've been doing okay. Like, the first full buy round was the only round that Frostwolf have been able to take so far. And now they have much more available stuff to use. Showstopper from Insane has to be exactly that. He's going to be playing aggressive off of B ramp again. But a 4-1 split.
Right here.
The majority of players funneling through A BAF onto the site is going to be an interesting and new play that we've seen out of these guys. The Jet wanted to try and contest him or at least hit the recon bolt, but the Eldrin's now going to be coming out and they're played super close. Creates a bit of space, but not too much. There's so many people there that are ready to take this fight, but it's an awkward angle to attack if you're attack all around.
That is pretty much, but as the smokes fades, the second flash coming in, 𝗏𝒧 is abusing it perfect, and with that flash, the Lamps player has no idea. Also through the Omen smoke, it's Kaizen coming through, and pretty much the time he is. As, that one is gone. Oh, taking it back, 𝗏𝒧 caught in the process. It's still not done yet, as the first fuse is coming in. That blast charge doesn't do the job, but Ginny does her job all by herself. It is one more smoke coming in, and still she's pushing, she's moving, she's making it. And she's not being spotted at all. She's hiding herself. And Congrad, it's more to come, but it's not enough. This was close, and considering what kind of advantage they had as Frostwolf, they only made it through with 2.
I mean, I don't really feel like they had that much of an advantage at all. Like, it was attack all around that was sort of breaking in first. You got 𝗏𝒧 that pushed a bit too aggressively, getting caught out. A really nice Hunter's Fury coming out as 𝗧 to just clear all of these angles. And then 𝗏𝒧 at the end. Cute paranoia to go across lamps to get a lot of space for his team. And then a 3K. It was just a really good round from Frostwolf. Good utility. But attack all around, it's difficult to try and execute from the position and trying to plant the spike towards A BAF. This time now we're seeing attack all around, still being able to buy it, playing very slow defaults across the map. To catch out somebody from Frostwolf, play aggressively, but 𝗏𝒧 gets 𝗏𝒧 who for the past couple of rounds has been a bit of more of a hindrance to attack all around than a hero.
That sounds harsh. I see where you're coming from though. In the meantime, painful. He gets one. That's at least the very valid trade. And as I'm talking about that man equalize scenario, it is 𝗏𝒂 hiding back on site. And Conguard, if he sneaks through the left-hand side, I'm a little in shock if he could actually make that possible. But the position that 𝗏𝒂 now takes has to be expected. Otherwise, the round is gone. If he finds even one frag, then I'm somewhat concerned.
They don't know that the 𝗏𝒂's there. 𝗧 is able to actually clear up, just holding that angle patiently.
30 seconds left.
Spike is now left on the site. It's just up to Ginny, who has been pretty good in these clutches so far, but it might be just a bridge too far, especially with that flash not hitting 𝗧 in that corner. Great sneaky play from him. The 𝗏𝒂 just holding onto that angle, watching it for these rotations, because they just know that attack all around are going to try and bait and switch a lot of these site hits. And they didn't check that corner, they didn't punish them, and now Frostwolf are only 1 round behind.
I gotta say, this situation of Frostwolf we right now experience feels a little bit like I think it was the first game we had with Myth Attitude, where somewhere in the mid-section of the first half, they struggled massively for some degree. You know, they had this issue of not opening sites, maybe being a bit redundant in their plays. And maybe this is the same with Attack All Around, that it needs just a little swift, a little swap here, and a little change in strategy to then become this dominating force. Because this is what I personally would expect from them.
And it's more of a problem so far for Attack All Around. We did highlight that it's a map that doesn't really suit their playstyle all that much, at least. The results on it are fairly mixed. So it's a real question on whether they can sort of deal with an opponent that just doesn't have much real on them. We don't know all that much about Frostwolf other than the results that they had to qualify for this tournament. Still relatively new. Their team isn't known from any other organization or lineup as far as I can tell. Attack All Around have it all to do. Not too long until we get to halftime where it might suit a lot more defense, but rounds like that Kaizen is going to clear up 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗖, who's just trying to entry, but nobody can trade for him. So he's getting caught out in a lot of these fights and being punished hard for it.
I know exactly what.
And as Kaizen, it's just proven his worth again. The 3K comes in. The fourth most likely, as though, yeah, he just rather dodges, which I think is the smartest move, because you don't want to lose any weaponry at that point in time so unnecessarily. Left-hand side now, the Omen waits. Left-hand side, the poor man is trapped. Loop's taken out, and the tie is here. It's getting a little uncomfortable, because I personally would say, and if I'm not wrong, please correct me if I am, we have not seen in Group C a 7-5 half ever. Not once. So that would be a bit surprising to see it with this caliber of team.
Things going well. Kaizen finding much more impact than it feels from 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗖. Bladestorm is available to him, so he's going to use that and not really buy up at all. Safe would have to come in from Attack All Around if they lose this round, so they need to be much more careful than they have been. A lot of space actually been taken up very much so on A alone, but weird builds are getting traded out for each other, so it's a 4 versus 4 still. Showstopper from Insane not needed so far. Kaizen wants to try and play aggressive.
Oh no,
He's gonna
no,
run
no,
into the
no,
Silver,
no,
and he
no,
has
no.
no time to react. Ace Tick's getting a
can't
bit
do
too
that.
close to the fire, and 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘖 caught out in the air.
That's a big mistake. You can't just go that close and expect that this is supposed to work. Under no circumstance in this universe. That's just really problematic, because you simply can't react in time. It's not possible, and that puts him in that situation. I'm slightly disappointed, I have to say, after those 4 dominant rounds we have seen, that it has been swapped that much.
First save for Attack All Around. Things not going as well as they were hoping. In fact, their attacking half has been very uninspired from what you expect from them. Gonna try and push up aggressively. The only gun is going to be in the hands of 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘖, who didn't buy up last round. And he finds an entry, he finds an opening onto 𝗧. It's going to be tricky to pick up that gun. Now a lot of ultimates used from the shadows to roll in front to sort of break in onto the site. The Omen's teleported in, a lot of space is being created. We could be going into a 5 versus 4 post plan, but Spike has been planted. Weird Bill is going to wait for the Cyber Cage to drop, but nice flash, but nobody's going to push him at this point. In fact, a lot of really good utility out of Ginny to just keep him at bay.
I very much like that roll in thunder, or pardon, that stun coming in here from Ginny. Really made sure that the elbow player has no opportunity. At the same time, how blind can you be? This is team coordination we have been looking for the last few rounds where it didn't work out. And they should pretty much really close the border, put up the walls, and make sure that none of those siege elements can even come through. 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝘖 staring a bit more. They still actually give weapons away. You don't want to lose the majority of the players at that point in time, because it's costly. And there you have it. 3 out of 5 have died. Good money has to be invested.
Not the best post plan in the world for Attack All Around, but a really good round for them, specifically Ginny. all of her utility finding the right people. They're all in front, they're creating a lot of space. The fault lines just to get with Bill away from elbow. He couldn't really get much done, and when he tried to, fully flashed, easy takeout from the attacking team. Frostwolf, though, still done well to keep it even. Their buy is still going to be fine, at least going up until half-time. Tickle around good for a very aggressive B play. 𝗠𝒔𝒊 again is going to be the one that faces. The operator misses. They try and get some damage onto Weird Bill, but all of the shots are missed. You might consider resetting and going around the map here.
Take flight.
And as they take a bit of a different route, Weird Bill still somewhat believes that there's somebody up in hookah, but as you see right there, the Soba drone has checked long, clear signs for Frostwolf to rather do the rotate. Ginny most likely right now giving them the information where to smoke. Please there and here. And there's the first punishment. 𝗠𝒔𝒊 falls, and insane. He has the showstopper. If he's putting that one out, oh, this is going to be sinister time coming in. Talking about it. Boom! You're out. And 3-4. The defense is still on a strong rise as one after another falls.
Yeah, with Bill finding impact with the operator now. Isn't going to spot the player on his right, but he knows exactly where he is now. Blue wins that engagement. He actually gets a third.
Yeah, this is getting dangerous right here, Ryan. Those frags should have never happened. Dodges it rightly. Could still, if I'm not totally wrong, go for the fake... Yeah, he could still go for the fake teleport. If he does so, that would be fairly insane. Going, though, for one over on Lamps. The counterpart moves up on Heaven, checking everything towards bathroom first of all, and once he drops down, that will be loud, and that will be problematic, and either way, he's waiting and waiting, back in Lamps, he's peeking out, but it's enough for Glooms to make that 4K clutch happening. 6th round finally coming on the board for AAA.
It would be disappointing for Frostwolf if you end this half 7-5, considering how well they've been playing on the defense. Luckily, going into the last round of this half, they can still afford up. But Gloom's, a fairly new addition for the team, is having a huge amount of success. It's still iffy in places, but if Attack All Around can finish this half strong, then they should be going into their defending side with a lot more confidence otherwise. Frostwolf played a little bit aggressively on hookah again. The Rays wanted to try and keep all of this control, but doesn't want to get caught out either. Not really much utility or ultimates to work with on the defense, so just going to try and play a bit more passive.
Get out of my way.
And as you see right there, oh, dash is nasty. First one down. Insane is fully being beheaded as the blades come through. Big mistake though from 𝗠𝒊. That should have been 100% on. Frostwolf still making it man equalize it as we talk about it. Here's the ult again for Jet. Here are the blades as they fly over the place. Cypher's though uploading the info. And Frostwolf only down to 2. Make that only Kaizen. He has proven himself so often. He's dashing through, but he's running into the crosshair of his opponent. The 7 for Attack All Around. And now swap sides. This could be just a change of pace that really works for AAA.
It was scary for a moment. Frostwolf took the lead and Attack All Around instantly took it back. And then some. 7-5 half for them. It's some really good stuff though from Frostwolf. Like impressing me so far with certainly how Kaizen's playing. Top fragging in this server is going to be using the frenzy for this round upcoming. We get to see what Attack All Around, how they want to play in the defense. It seems that there's going to be a pretty big stack of players heading down B along to take some fights and gain some intel. The A players must sit back a little bit and see what happens.
And the pistol round goes quite well here on the side of Frostwolf. Attack All Around's defense has totally been shattered in that sense.
Blinded.
As Glooms tries his best to make anything work. 𝗠𝘀𝑁 is the only one who could make a change. Cam's out. Sova drone has been spotted. The poor man is absolutely shattered. As Frog was still in. I had the hope, Ryan, but still not enough.
It was a bloodbath, wasn't it? Sort of on B lobby, like the fight that took place. It did provide a bit of an opening for Frostwolf to get onto the side, to get the spike planted, and just prepare for the rotation of attack all around to come through eventually. Could be even up score soon. There's not going to be a force coming out of attack all around. They're just going to stack 4 people on the A site, try and push down mid to see if they can catch somebody out in that position. But a great start from Frostwolf on their attack. Attack all around, maybe hoping for the first full buy to keep their lead. And in a round like this, it should be straightforward stuff for Frostwolf.
But still, I mean, you know, considering we're talking about an eco right here, it's getting a bit problematic, as though if they take the flanks and take the room, AAA, if Zark makes the dart work, it's getting unfortunate for him. Still swings wide, the second frag even found that way. A little nasty, and he's aiming for the ace. Sure thing he does, and he gets it. Well deserved. If this is not an ego boost, then I don't know. 7 rounds, and, you know, Frostwolf coming in here as the unknown component, really delivering a tough fight against AAA.
Got a lot more to do with tackle around now being able to buy up. The ace means we will be able to see Zar picking up the Hunter's Fury at this point.
Spike planted.
Really, it was up against Pistol, so it was straightforward stuff for him to do, but nevertheless, an ace is always impressive.
It's slightly painful, you know, because surely it's an eco, but still somebody is absolutely capitalizing on this emotional kind of aspect. So, ouch, Glooms knows how to dodge. Smart move by him, but Lamps is definitely a little hindered right now. Kaizen has already made the move on the site, but no, he still finds one. Should have been on the radar, actually, for Frostwolf, but doesn't change the matter of fact that there's still 2 flashes here on Ginny. And the expectations are high for the side of attack all around. First one coming through. That dart has now been eliminated. And the after plan being played out so slow. AAA is just hesitant in their playing. As it first comes for bathrooms, makes a move. The jet is coming closer and closer, but they have not found anything, Ryan. This is becoming problematic, and so it might be done and dusted before it even started. The defense has done its right, though. It's only one more standing, and actually it is attack all around finding it. So the slow retake even works.
Really nice retake. Yeah, and it was around the Frostwolf started off the better for. I do think that for the most part it was just Gloom surviving in Lamps getting a kill and being traded out. He came to the rescue. Ace Ticks trying to stack up a multi-kill as well, as both Sovas have been on fire so far in this half.
True.
Frostwolf though had a bonus round previous, so their buy is still going to be decent. And attack all around are going to do their best to try and meet them there. Hunter's Fury now available on the defense. A triple stack coming through to play onto ramps. Insane's position is going to get given up. The Hunter's Fury not been used just yet, but Ginny with the flash enables WannaFly to get a kill. Insane tries to slow them down, but they've got the pick that they needed. They're trying to reset as much as they possibly can. It's just Ace Ticks that's still going to be there.
And as, oh no, Insane is trying to dodge. He's really being expected right there. Frostwolf, looking right here to make anything work with the setup they have. And, you know, in standing in front of the gates of A, it's still not ideal considering the time. 50 seconds, 2 tripwires. I mean, surely Jet needs to dash through that. And Glooms, who previously has done already massive work over on the site, should pretty much prevail. But the clock's ticking, and it's ticking louder and louder. Rotation already coming in. They did not dash through, and those are free frags. Not looking too great for Frostwolf.
Nice crossfire from 𝗔𝗢𝗖 and Glooms. He's going to try and press up to see if he can get a little bit more. Knows that Whip Bill is there.
Left.
Here's the teleport, but not sure if he should follow it. And Zard takes that opportunity to peek around the corner too. Nice 2 versus 3 now. Teleport has been used, but WannaFly was in a similar position. We saw Kaizen, and he gets the kill and spike control, and knows that the Silver can't be too far behind.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, Poor lad hopes to not die after time, and he will dodge it. For sure he does. Attack all around, back, you know, I wouldn't say back in the driver's seat. It just doesn't feel solid or strong enough, yet they play it somewhat by the book. And here's one big critique I really have regarding Frostwolf is insane. Only picking up 5 frags so far. And, you know, playing Raze at the same time, your attacker counterpart in the form of Jet gets 15.
Yeah, there's been good bits of utility, though, for Insane to make plays, but on this attacking half, we've not really seen it come in just yet. They're going to be pushing down Shower, going to have the help of the Silver and 𝗠𝒔𝒊 using the flash and dash combo. So what I mean, a typical Vision Strikers play from South Korea. Goes right into attack all around's playbook. Now the Aldron is going to be on to sort of B ramp. It's going to get some information, but is 𝗠𝒔𝒊 going to be expecting Kaizen to be playing up so close? Probably not, but it's a nice little off angle. It's going to be tricky to check if Kaizen decides to push in that position a little bit more. Frostwolf haven't dedicated too much. They are taking a lot of space towards A, but there seems to be a B execute coming through.
And I'm not quite sure if 𝗠𝒂 already played that position previously. No, Kaizen just runs in and even has a second or two to react to it. And as 𝗠𝒂 swaps position, the spike doesn't get through. And so Cypher sneaks backwards. The A side seems to be the next objective.
Raze isn't around there to try and clear them out. 𝗧 doesn't need it. He's going to be pushing through. 𝗠𝘀𝑚𝑠 yet again not checked from this position. His position is going to be completely given up by the recon ball. Now the neural theft is going to show exactly where these last 3 defenders from attack all around are going to be. 𝗔𝗢 just trying to use a bit of utility to delay them, but nobody's going to be able to play off of it so far. 3 versus 3, full retake. It's going to be tricky for attack all around to get rid of these players of Frostwolf with their position.
Especially as the dart does not find anyone, but this could also rule out where they actually stand, as 𝗠𝒂 is the first one trying and tries to fake it out. There's one player spotted in the form of Sova, definitely known. A Cam already back into Lambs. It does not change the matter of fact that this is not the easiest retake. They both just hide in such a great angle, but 𝗠𝒂 as well as 𝑆TIX get number 10. And so close it was again. Take a look at the timer. It's just 4 seconds missing.
The second time now that attack all around have defused with that amount of time left on the clock. Frostwolf's post plan just not as strong. 2 defuses so far for attack all around on their defending half, and now their lead is starting to pull away yet again as soon as Frostwolf tied him up on the score. Attack all around. Get a triple round win to sort of pull things away again. Could Garrett, 𝗠𝘀𝑚𝑠, 𝗠𝒂 all having a better game. 𝗠𝒂 especially is certainly up to par to what we expect from him. He's finding a lot of stuff, and Frostwolf are finding very little when it comes to their economy. They're going to be on a couple of pistols. 10-7 to attack all round.
Point in time. Oh, no way! They line up. He wants to swing wide and help his teammate, but that way, it just messes up. Oh, this is so unfortunate right there for Frostwolf, who would have had a man advantage after that. And now 𝗔𝗢, 2 flashes and is a stun. Not forgetting about the blast charge, which is becoming a bit of a problem then for the side of Frostwolf. And they're standing in front of the gates A again. They're just waiting for the right kind of timing and the right kind of attack. And Sova on the other side, Ryan, I'm a little worried.
To make a play if you're Frostwolf. That is a nice recon bolt, though. 𝗔𝗢 falls away, but the Blade Storm isn't there to really connect from Kaizen.
Oh, no.
Even a right-click missing. Really nice movement from 𝗔𝗢 to miss that fight, but 𝗧 brings it now down to a 1 versus 1. Teleport is going to be
30 seconds left.
He isn't quite sure where 𝗧𝒂𝗍 is. Luckily, he's created enough distance that he's so far behind that he can't be caught out by the spot. 𝗧𝒂𝗍 has the recon bot, has all of his utility in this clutch. And he can hear exactly where 𝗧 is at this point too.
Revealing area.
Oh no, that's the worst. Spotted, identified, and not even tagging him for the bad manner. As the counter information is there, he's staring. I mean, he's known. There's not really any discussion where both of them are. Swing white and find the frag. It is the round number 11 for AAA. They have taken their time with that, and I think the crucial aspect here was really that he was swift enough in the rotation. He was not really hesitant, and therefore was quite fast to not give your opponent the best setup after plant.
Not a bad round, though, from Frostwolf, considering what they had available to bring it down to a 1v1 clutch. The issue is that attack all around's economy is more than okay for the next few rounds. Theirs is struggling a little bit more, but the full buy is going to be coming through. Hunter's Fury is good to go as well. Insane, very close to having a showstopper, the first of this half, which shows exactly how much impact he's having so far. Not enough on this attack. He's going to be running into the double stack of WannaFly, who's going to be pushing on ahead. Gets these two players lined up, but can't get the third as Zara's on the off angle. Insane has the showstopper, but has to wait until the next round to use it.
There's attack all around. This is going in a situation where only their 2 more defense rounds are there. I think we both recall yesterday where we saw actually a team being in the lead and getting that solid, but at the other side, then they start to play sloppy. I really hope that AAA, with the lead of Jenny and her experience, are not starting to get in that situation.
Rotation moving away now, over to B. Numbers advantage going to attack all around. They have more players and they're set up very nicely, expecting to be hit when necessary. The Recon Bolt has come out onto B long and it's not found anything from the defenders. And these 2 players on the A side defending.
30 seconds left.
Don't really know what's going on, but now the utility's starting to come through. The rotation should be there soon as well. Ace knows that there's quite a lot in, and now we're going to be seeing it from the shadows used. Ginny has cleared up house yet again. Match point for attack all around, who on this defense have been impeachable for the most part. Frostwolf don't know what to do.
That goes there.
And I have to say,
This goes
it's
there.
it's a now or never situation, because as we both know, if you don't want your opponent to really get momentum, close the case. I mean, that's not rocket science, obviously. But we saw it yesterday how close those games can get towards the ending bits, towards the ending parts. And I mean, they already got the overtime in the back. Obviously, nothing you really want to work with. So, Breach Flash coming in, free frag granted. This is why Breach is so lovable.
The showstopper now coming out for Insane. People have backed off though on the defense. That it's going to be tricky to use. Fully flashed. Nowhere near kind of getting the kill that you want. But Kaizen at least bring it even. WannaFly is only 10 HP too, so is it going to be too difficult to maybe punish that a little bit more? But I like the movement. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 has been an absolute hero, clearing up some of these sites. He gets a second. All up to Kaizen now. Trying to sneak their way through to elbow, but is it going to be checking this corner that WannaFly is on? A bit of an iffy start from attack all around, but Frostwolf eventually lose out 13-7. Great start from the defending team there.
Very much indeed. For a second, I was extremely worried, but this is a concurring pattern where we saw that one team, you know, in competitive Valorant in Europe or in A, you would say it is a team that might be better on the attacker or defender side, but it's never that one-sided. It's not that you really switch gears massively when you switch to another side. And this is the case with so many teams that are in the favored role, right? We saw it yesterday with Myth Attitude. We saw it when they had to, you know, play this very unfortunate aggressor side, and when the defender, boom, they're running through it. Same thing happened here as well. Seems like the defender side really fits to many teams a lot better. Either way, I have to say, I remember in the round number 2, you said this could be a fast game, and ever since, that Jinx has turned out to be horribly bad. It's just something with attacker side on so many teams that does not work.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best start for attack all around. I think they had a slow start, but we can have a look at some of the stats to show where it came in. And really, I think one of the main players that you want to be focusing on is going to be WannaFly. I do think that he had a very good game climbing up to top fragging for his team, especially after a slow start, but 10 first bloods. I think that's the most that we've seen so far, at least the games that we've watched. 𝗔𝗢𝗖, again, on the MVP podium, but on the wrong side when it comes to the win. He individually had a great game. A lot of those kills, though, were propped up by an eco-ace, to be fair. So, 𝗠𝘀𝘀𝗖, for me, was certainly the strong player that had a torrid start, was often caught out very early on in these rounds, which gave Frostwolf an opening. But as soon as we got to see him on the defending side, he was a lot more consistent, a lot more impactful, and one of the main reasons why 𝗏𝗏𝗏 took that in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, true. Insane really bothered me in that sense. You know, I personally am, you know, always doubting Bind being such a great jet map. I mean, statistically, it's totally something different, but it also comes then down to the individuals. What is impressive is we saw it so often, especially on the defender side, where 1𝒔𝒂𝒏𝒏, for example, tried to dash for bathroom and get a 1 or 2 frags, and he once more made that work. 10 first bloods from 13 rounds won, or overall 20 rounds played, is extremely impressive. 50% of the rounds we saw, he got the first blood. That's insane.
Yeah, it was an absolutely great game for them. You expect these kind of results, and really it was the case of one duelist showing up and one duelist not, between 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Insane especially. Kaizen had a decent game on the jet, but really it's tricky when you're sort of playing into a team like this. It really does feel like Frostwolves were just outclassed in majority of the departments of the game. Post plants for both teams were really awkward. That can certainly be an area to improve on for both sides going forward, but I think 𝗏𝗏𝗏 didn't seem to be as inconsistent or struggle as much as Team SMG. Frostwolf, though, there is a chance they could qualify. We saw some really nice stuff from them, but it's really how that compares to teams like Todak, Team 600. Team 600 being another team that is very hard to get a lot of information on, but we will be seeing 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in the next game, playing up against Todak, which should be a relatively good one. Todak, I think, should have the advantage getting second seed in this group, but it's hard to say when we've seen so little of both Frostwolf and Team 600.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting to see. We can swap, actually, I think, to the MVP graphic to quickly take a look at that, because obviously the ACS as well as the opening should actually, you know, once more be the unfortunate part to one of them, as you see right there. Czar being actually the MVP, with hardly doing any first bloods, by the way. At the same time, entry for 10 first bloods, that's just from another universe. We talked about that quite much in detail. A quick look at the standings of Group D should pretty much give us a clear look at what it's looking like for the moment, as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 won their initial match, as they should have, because I think they would otherwise be in a lot of pressure considering what kind of positions they have, right? What kind of matches you would expect from them. So talking about that, the Group D standings obviously bringing them into the 1-0, which basically means 3 points granted. And ahead of the match of Todak, I personally believe it's very valuable that they already have this position at only one more game, and then we are basically out of the groups.
It's 1 game done out of 3, 1 win out of 1 for 𝗏𝗏𝗏. They'll be coming up against Todak very shortly in today's schedule. And we'll be seeing Frostwolf obviously a little later on in the day. But things going to plan so far for both sides. First win is going to be mostly 2 wins needed to qualify for the most part. Todak, Frostwolf, it says Team 6. Oh no, never mind. Team 600 and Todak yet to play, of course. We will be going through all of these games in a round robin fashion, best of 1. We'll go for a quick break right now. We'll be back with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 playing up against Todak very shortly, so don't go anywhere.
know exactly.
One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining. Spike planted. One player remaining. 30 seconds left. One player remaining.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Nothing Else Than Some Wonderful AOC Masters. Attack All Around already delivered their first win of the day. So Todak is coming up next. The guys with the blue marlin on the logo definitely have to prove us that they are capable of taking down this, what we probably thought as the big favorite once more struggling. And I have one thing to say, and you definitely know as well. It was Todak who previously taken out AAA in the ESL SIA community clash. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can repeat that.
Yeah, and they've only really had losses recently to the teams like 𝗔𝗢𝗖, which are pretty good, Vision Strikers, who are excellent, and teams like Sharper and AHQ. So this is a team that has some really good results behind it. The only issue is there's not many results. Team LZ used to be the team that went by this until they were signed by Todak. And it's a lineup that have some really decent, strong results. They've done well in the Cyber Games Arena tournament, for example. That was like a pretty good look for them. But no real prize pool winnings or anything like that. So, again, it should be a win for a tackle round. We've seen some pretty big upsets coming through. But I would still fancy Todak to make this at least a close game, depending on what map that we go to.
True. First of all, valid points. It's also going to make the competition of this tournament way more tighter because yesterday we already had it with Myth Attitude picking up the 2-0. If they wouldn't have the game, they most likely would have also just made it into the next stage. Either way, you're absolutely right. Frostwolf is going to be the one to take a look at if they are going to be eliminated throughout the course of this tournament. Also, obviously, very valuable to not struggle in that sense when we go a little further in the tournament. Either way, from the AOC Masters, we have so far seen a few teams advance, a few teams get into the next stage. For example, the big ones being AHQ, Bren, TMT, and obviously yesterday SMG. This group D is just a big question mark, except Team All Around. Surely we have those somewhat results on VLR, but we're still missing some insights, for example, from how it looks from the Wikipedia side of things, where how have they played previously, who have they been with. So obviously now Todak, once more, very interesting to see what their playstyle will really follow.
Yeah, and we will be getting into the sort of info and what map we're going to be playing, most importantly, is on a map randomizer. So certainly a bit awkward. We've seen Attack All Around already. Some really good stuff out of 𝗠𝘀𝘀. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 especially had a great game on the Breach. And these guys of Team LZ playing before. Senna played a lot of Sage, I remember. 𝗏𝗏 was the Omen player, but a lot of stuff can change around. It's a team that have been involved in the scene quite a bit. Like, their results have been relatively decent, but we haven't seen too much of them. And Split might be the kind of map that suits them. Based on their performances, they're 6-2 on Split, which is a very good look in. As for Attack All Around, their results are a bit more mixed. 9-7, like 56 win rates. So it's not really the best one yet again for Attack All Around, considering we've been harping on them being a really dominant team. Their win rate on this map isn't as good as Team Kodak's. And
True.
I'm ready to sort of go into this game now to see if anything gets changed up. For the most part, Bloom's and the rest of the tackle round have locked in what they want to and have been doing so far at least. We get a bit of a look on what 𝗏𝗏 are looking to run. We're going to see a bit of Brimstone.
A very, very rare sight, actually, seeing Brimstone. I think we already saw it once in this tournament, if I'm not totally wrong. And yeah, actually, we saw Brimstone once on Bind. It has been picked. To be very accurate, that was by Overtime and Legends. So far, Split has not seen Brimstone come in. Interesting that he is still somewhat in play.
I mean, I think if there's going to be a map, it's going to be Bind and Split. Brimstone was very meta way back when on this map, so Senna choosing it isn't too surprising. It's just a little bit unorthodox. Everything else for them, though, is straightforward. You've pretty much got mirror comps, and actually a bit of a change-up because Ace takes the Solver in Bind that we just saw for a tackle round is going to be moving over to the Raze, which again is a very typical change for a comp like this. So yet again, Subby being a bit off meta, I suppose, by running the Solver on Split. So very interesting composition from 𝗏𝗏. They're defending first, and are they going to expect this aggressive push onto A from attack all around?
And here it comes. Pistol's in, and Pistol is about to start. Second match for the day. As AAA has taken an aggressive round towards A. And, I mean, this is a total rotation. This is an absolute total rotation coming in. Unfortunately, they don't fake it any further. So, Breach as well as Cypher make their way back. Brimstone going into ropes. Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little obvious, doesn't it?
Only a little bit. Senna, though, holding his ground as much as he possibly can. Literally hasn't moved at this point when it comes to what the plan is going to be for him. No smokes available, though. The flash is going to be an opening, and WannaFly is going to give as much chase as they can. But the tripwire is going to scare them off a little bit. They have a lot of room to work with attack on round, though. Looking to sort of make their way onto B Heaven.
Yeah, very much indeed. And as, you know, the Doctor can flash as much as he wants to, it seemingly does not make any change. It doesn't really help the process. 𝗏𝗏 see their first man falling, and that is Brimstone. Senna's out, Doctor as well, and WannaFly is just continuing. Woof, alright. First one for attack all around. Especially on this map, I think getting a lot of attacker rounds would be so valid. It would be lovely to see that happen.
I think it's expected to happen, really. 𝗏𝗏 might be caught out by this. Like, the results on Split are not too bad, but I think it depends on where those results have come in, who they've been playing up against. Actually, one of them's interesting. Split is the map that we saw 𝗏𝗏 winning against attack all around 13-4 in the main event for the ESL event happening in Southeast Asia, right? So, very convincing win for 𝗏𝗏. Might not be as convincing this time, really. Attack all round are a team that is very well known to learn from their mistakes at this point. Very cerebral when it comes to region. It often gets overlooked for those kind of things. Attack all round is at the forefront for doing a really good job. So 𝗏𝗏 won this map last time. They looked really good doing so, clearly, based on the start. Not many teams could win out 13-4, but you're defending first. You need to have a dominant half.
As WannaFly and Co. make a lot of steps there in front of the A site. Breach, Race, as well as Cypher would be the ones to look out for it. I mean, WannaFly, blind, stunned, the worst of the worst. And Nate goes deep as well. It is absolute disaster striking. They run into massive traps over on the side, and only two individuals can make it work. Oh, make it one. Glooms on 21 points of health should not stand a chance. And what a great comeback.
30 seconds left.
Except it's the final AAA player making the big difference.
He's wanting to try and get rid of this Vandal because he doesn't want to give them a gun upgrade. Even if it's the chance that he survives, he's going to take that chance and really not be given too much chase by 𝗏𝗏 at this point. So, considering
10
everything, it's
seconds
worked
left.
out pretty well for the Doctor, who gets to hold onto a Vandal, denies it for 𝗏𝗏 more than anything. But a great round for them, considering the guns that 𝗏𝗏 didn't have to win that out. Really good work from them. Attack all round really should have won that out.
As it is the tie, I'm somewhat in shock to the fact that this A setup worked so well. Considering this was an eco, the stun followed by the nade in combination of the flash, and you can't dash through. The Heaven player coming in as well, as they seemingly left that option out. Painful, very painful.
Smoke's down.
Interested to see more of this breach. The ultimate, especially when that comes online, could be very much something that 𝗏𝗏 will want on their side. Subby spots something. Shock Dart is going to be onto a target. Does a lot of damage to Ginny now. Is he expecting these kind of corners? Subby is. He can get one onto 𝗏𝗏. Holding onto the corner. Now Glooms is the one that goes down. The recon bolt is going to give some information at least and finds an opening for 𝗏𝒔, but 𝗏𝗏 is just going to trade him out straightforwardly. Last two surviving members of Attack All Around are very low on health. 𝗏𝗏 dominant here on this defense.
One enemy remaining.
And as you see right there, congrats. As he falls together with Ginny, the process of the third round, easy and swift for 𝗏𝗏. And I think, I don't know if you agree with me with this, but in consideration how it was yesterday, those rounds all feel very much slower.
As in, it feel faster today?
If it it feels slower today than yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I mean, sort of all of the games blur into one yesterday with the amount that we saw bind, for example, but I'd say that both these teams are a little bit more methodical. Mechanical skill isn't going to be as strong across this region or with these teams specifically, but 𝗏𝗏, never mind, shut me right up. Great shot and flick onto Glooms without taking too much damage. Right now, 𝗏𝗏 are really giving Attack All Around a good game here. They should be winning out on these kind of fights. The money is not really going to be all that ideal for Attack All Around that have squandered opportunities so far this game. Senna's still alive, low on health. Nowhere near to having his ultimate, as he's not really been involved in the fight so much. The Boombot is not going to spot out his position. And Attack All Around, one member down, trying to find an opening from somewhere.
That's unfortunate timing for the Doctor. Falling over here in Heaven as the defenders really have a bit of a problem with the individual. Senna falls. As back on site, there's one more awaiting them. That's 𝗏𝗏. And the man with the operator could either have a shooting gallery just for himself, or, well, they all rotate away. And very obviously that is the case. With Cypher coming in from ramp, the other running through Heaven, it will become a bit of an uncomfortable situation. They all swap in. First one comes, and 𝗏𝗏 finding one after another, and this ends so brutally bad. As they were in a situation where it looked like, alright, I mean, we have a big man advantage, and suddenly the crossfire kills them again. 10 seconds for Ginny, no real
10
chance.
seconds left.
That's done, that's dusted, as I say. Ginny has no time. No way, no way, no way. Oh.
Awkward though. 𝗏𝗏 made it far too close potentially, and the fact that he had to bring out the showstopper in a fight like that. A big concern, but what's more concerning for Attack All Around is they're really starting to lose sight of this lead. Another save having to come through from them. It's not looking all that good so far. Still within reach, but they want to be at least getting 4 rounds on the board, I think, on this attack, and this is looking not to be one of them. 𝗏𝗏 in the driving force now. 𝗏𝗏 is going to have the operator in hands. Showstopper just used up.
Get out of my way.
Came into a clutch scenario, and the Blade Storm now on the side of 𝗏𝗏fly is going to come through. Eco rounds from Attack All Around were fairly potent in their previous game against Frostwolf, but this seems like a whole new kettle of fish that they have to deal with.
Here.
Yeah, a bit disappointed to some degree so far here from Attack All Around. As you know, they miss opportunities which they should had. And as 𝗏𝗏fly enters all on his own with, by the way, his ult.
I know
It's
exactly
getting
where
in a very uncomfortable spot. I have to say, this is a bit, disgruntling from what we have seen the last few times from this team as Jenny takes down 𝗧𝗂𝗖. It's more and more to come, that is for sure, but I mean, the defense, it just proves why the defense is so strong. Senna being the final one standing, at least one kill comes in, but it's not satisfying, I'll be honest with you.
No, there was only so much that 𝗔𝗢𝗖 could do there with their buy. They couldn't really get too much damage in any case. 𝗔𝗀𝗖 is maxed out on credits and he has an operator in hand too, so things been going very well the last 4 rounds for the defending team. 𝗔𝗢𝗖, though, have some big ultimates to work with to provide an opening. The Showstopper and Rolling Thunder are going to be available to use. Not too much else, though, but the buy is going to be a full one. And this suddenly becomes a very necessary round for 𝗔𝗢𝗖 to win. 𝗔𝗢𝗓 wanting to play aggressively with the camera is going to at least be threatened away with the stun. And 𝗔𝗢𝗖 haven't dedicated too much, but they're going to be aiming for mid control, which has been watched by Senna.
Yes, patience is key.
Molly.
It's Breach who tries to make something work, but take a look at it again. I mean, the frags they find left, right, and center. It really seems for me at this point that, you know, the playstyle of them is just not that astute. They're not really thinking this through too much at that point. They just try to, you know, go for their classic openings, go for whatever they have.
My ult's not ready.
And as you see right there, boom, another one coming in, ult not being used that well. Atix will try to find one over CT and spot it, known and everybody from the the defense position coming in.
It is a big bait though. 𝗠𝘀𝗧𝗏 has snuck in behind. They might all line up perfectly here. He misses the first shot and 𝗠𝘀𝗀 is about to get the ace at this point. Luckily, 𝐴𝑐E comes in to save the day, but the Doctor watching at angle 2. Amazing play from 𝗠𝘀𝗀 on the Cypher. He's just everywhere that he needs to be. That could have been an awkward one, and it might have been different if 𝗠𝘀𝗧𝗏 didn't miss that first shot. Another save having to come through from the attacking team. And currently, 𝗏𝗀𝗏 on the defense and split are absolutely running away with it.
Eyes up.
I'm slightly disappointed. I'm slightly disappointed. I have to say, you know, coming in with this big favorite, or, you know, big favorite role, maybe we're just, you know, putting this into the wrong perspective, or I do, but expected more. At the same time, the gap. Those are minor mistakes that are not allowed to happen, no matter what.
Almost gets another one, but that would have been more luck than anything, or just timing. They do spot the Omen going through, so they know pretty much that 𝗔𝗢𝗏 are dedicated to this A-ramp push. 𝗧𝗏𝗏's positioning is good, but it depends where this pinch hill lies. The engagement is an awkward one. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 eventually does win it out. 𝗠𝘀𝗀𝗏 wants to get involved too, and even using the neural theft where there's only 2 players left. A little bit unnecessary considering how well this round is going for 𝗏𝗀𝗏. It could easily be a flawless one, and it is.
It is 6-1. I mean, so many aspects right now speak for the side of 𝗏𝗀𝗏. The economy, check. Momentum, check. Overall strength, yeah, surely. It's. I'm not quite sure if 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏 really say, you know what, this is just the wrong side. The other one's gonna work better. Either way, it's,
Goes here.
you know, even if they get a 10-2, imagine 𝗏𝗀𝗏 getting a 10-2. You really need to have zero margin for mistakes as you 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏. Zero.
𝗏𝗏𝗏 wanting yet again to try and face if they can, but the stun is going to scare them off. One fly yet again. A great shot from 𝗏𝗏𝗏, but the jump peak wasn't quite as strong as they wanted. 𝗠𝗀𝗏𝗏 also killed on A-ramp is not going to be taking part. 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏 are falling apart so far on split. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looking like the real deal. The ex-LZ squad is dominant on their split defense. Things working out very well for them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 as a full buy down to just 3 players against 5. Going to be trying to push down mid.
And as you see, I'm not quite sure if they got concussed entirely. Either way,
Satchel out.
they find really everything by now. It's not even fun for attack all around as they miss shots left, right, and center. And therefore, they can try and they can push. I mean, their buy is not very sufficient, but
30
other than
seconds
that,
left.
I'm just very much looking forward to see what they can do on the other half, because I think this one is pretty much done and dusted. The 7-1 is in case happening. And the final player, how much does he have? 1? 2? Something like that.
I think it was 2.
Something, yeah.
Senna is 0-4 though, which is interesting considering how well his team are doing. Gotta be looking at Baltu though. The raise has been very impactful. Almost got 3 times as many kills as 𝗔𝗢𝗖 does, who has had bright moments, sure, but too many players caught out. Nobody from Attack All Around is standing up at this point to try and carry the team. Getting towards the end of this half, another buy coming through and another default, I suppose, of Attack All Around spread across the map. And 𝗏𝗏 really have done a really good job of just allowing Attack All Around to have mid control. Just playing off of the site, playing in very aggressive positions. You've got the raise that's plastered up on B main in a difficult spot. And all of these tripwires are going to catch out if Attack All Around do dedicate this rotation from mid to A.
True.
Seems to be the play though. They're still going to be dedicating. They have 2 players over on A lobby, but they're considering maybe going back at this point, maybe baiting across, using some utility to make them think it's going to be an A hit and then hitting B fast. But look at 𝗏𝗏, they're not moving.
Nope, they're not moving. And that's right now, the ult is coming in, definitely been hurt, and immediately eliminated.
Oh, no.
It's devastating, very devastating. It's even getting worse. As 1𝒔𝒕 tries to attack all
I
around,
know exactly where.
are seemingly in an uncomfortable spot, and interestingly enough, putting down the stim beacon.
30 seconds
This is
left.
the first, a few one of the first times where I see this chance for attack all around. If they don't lose duels like this, get the last man standing, spotted, hurt, taken out.
They're just losing every engagement. This could be a very expensive half for them. 𝗏𝗏 just looking the better side. Attack All Around look lost in how they want to go and approach these attacks. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, though, especially on the Cypher, has been insane with the individual impact that he's been having. He's just finding all of these shots, finding all of these engagements, and winning near enough every single one. Really well played from him so far. Senna gets off the board at least with a frag. But he won't mind too much if he's 1-4, considering that they're 8-1 up.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
I'm somewhat in shock regarding what we're right now experiencing here.
Get out of my way.
AAA
My
absolutely
camera is this.
out of shape massively, and it seems like they really lack any opportunities. The sample size of this map with them is not too bad. You know, they haven't wanted too much, but either way, they have played split a good bunch of times. And this is definitely one of their worst performances, for sure.
Well, this Fury comes out, and I think it does tag the Cypher.
Here.
𝗏𝗏𝗏 takes a little bit of chip damage. Wanna fly with a Blade Storm out. Wants to be on the opening. Nice flash and dash combo, but did they expect the breach up in the high ground? They don't, but it's 𝗏𝗏𝗏 yet again that gets the kill. 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏 trades him out. The Doctor flashes, misses it onto 𝗔𝗢𝗏𝗏, but still wins the fight anyway. Everybody on 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is winning these 1v1 duels. Senna is now in one himself, and he's able to double up the kills that he has.
Nasty.
Mechanically, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is sound, and they're looking so comfortable against Attack All Around.
True, very true. And I mean, we previously came into that, and you know, there was this clear example of both the teams playing against each other, and there was a winner
30 seconds
named
left.
𝗏𝗏𝗏, and it seems like they might repeat that sort of history, because there's no freedom, no room to play with. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 tries 9-1. All right, this is a different world, really.
It's gone very well with them so far. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looking like the better team. Just honestly, like I'm surprised that we've gone from what we just saw of attack all around against Frostwolf to this. I know attacking on split isn't necessarily the easiest, but you would expect them to put in more of a show here. Best that they can hope for is a 9-3 half at this point, but more likely 10-2. This is going to be another save out of them, and 4 ultimates available from 𝗏𝗏, who are pretty much all maxed out on catch at this point. Attack all around, only winning a pistol, lost every round since.
Oh, well, a few attacks coming in. They said aggression seems immediate, talking about it. Oh, there might be the opportunity for a second. It might have just taken a while for it, but at the same time, take a look at the ults. Every single one of them could deny access, plans, everything. Especially Senna has a great ability to deny something of that. If they come in with the Breach ult and following with the Brimstone ult, I really believe there's a chance, as I say that. Unfortunately, not using it. Could have been actually excellent to make work off of that. Oh, and that's not brilliant. This is exactly where Brimstone can start. This is where Brimstone can finally use his ult. And still not doing it. Please, Senna, this is your time to deny any further frags of the opponent. He's still not using it. He's still not daring it. Finally, he brings it in, and he brings it in wrongly. 9-2.
Last round in the hash.
It's a round win. It came eventually for attack all around. But still a very dominant side from 𝗏𝗏, who 𝗔𝗢𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 have been great so far. Showstopper is good to go for 𝗏𝗏 in case they want to use it. Depends when more than anything, but the Doctor looking to spam across B main with the fault line. And camera set up by 𝗔𝗢𝗏. Other than that, maybe we'll see the Showstopper on A ramp, but it is just going to be 𝗏𝗏 peeking it for information, but across in the smoke. Not going to find all that much.
And you said 9-3 would be something to work off of, you know, something to make something work with, but I'm not quite sure if they're really capable of making that work. And take a look at the crossfire they're really trying to make. If one pushes, flash in, and following the frag that could come in from side. In the meantime, Heaven is the position.
Ooh, nice engagement, so an attack all around. Instant frags and openings. Now, Showstopper available on both sides now because of that. Senna trying to hold this ground as much as possible. Takes A sticks out, so that Showstopper is not going to be available on the defense. And suddenly 𝗏𝗏 have brought this now back to a 3 versus 3.
And as they
Well,
try to do
being
so...
used onto the corner. Ooh, oh my god, like he gets that
No,
kill.
no! Oh, that could work, and that should be the frag. No! He teleports in time! Oh, that's a brilliant move if he even points more than that, but yeah, Gloom's eliminated. For a second, I was in shock. And then they bring it home. Oh, goodness.
Switching sides.
And a great round for 𝗏𝗏. 10-2. Attack all round have it all to do now as they go into defend inside. 𝗏𝗏 will want to win this pistol. Will want to make sure that they can not allow attack all round and open it back into the game. Considering that they won 9 rounds in a row on their defense, it shows how easily it can snowball. Their economy was not punished or even touched at all. Meanwhile, attack all around had to save on multiple occasions. The 𝗏𝗏 want to win this pistol if they can, and dedicate it to a particular site off the bat. Just trying to put pressure on all of the extremities, see what they can have done, but attack all around on the defense. Very much dominant on A, but being a bit more proactive on mid controllers. 𝗏𝗏 weren't.
Yeah, true. Very good points. And you're right. I mean, if the momentum is immediately on the side of Todak, that could be done. That game could be done. If they don't immediately show a sign of life, they don't stop their opponent from bringing up such major aggression. And as we see right here, nothing. No idea. No clue from AAA.
A-Sticks holding the ground. Nobody has gone down just yet. But this could be very different as both the Razes are looking to run into each other on B Heaven. A-Sticks watching this angle. No real utility, so just has to be the person himself. Spots out 𝗠𝗀𝗖. I wonder if a rotation's going to come in because he's just pure bait at this point. The 𝗔𝗀𝗁 coming through all the way onto the A site. 𝗔𝗢𝗏 is there the whole time. Are they going to expect one to fly in this corner? They don't. He gets two before he's taken in. Spike is going to get planted relatively straightforwardly. The tackle around still make this even in a 3 versus 3. And A-Sticks trying to clear as much space as he possibly can. Nice idea to be taking A ramps and A lobby at this point. But Todak very aggressively placed on the site.
Gloom's definitely made some noise, and his teammate has been spotted as well. Omen and CT, a Breach and CT. They know both are coming from just that position, and oh no. That's disaster striking in the moment where they should have put all their strength together. You hate to see it.
Perfect round. Todak could be done very quickly with a 13-2 win over attack all around. And considering Iverson 13-4 might not be as dominant of a win for Todak, yeah, it might be even more dominant than last time that they played where it was 13-4 to Todak. Seems to be just a map and a playstyle that suits them a lot more. Attack all around haven't seemed to learn much from their last time facing them. It could be another harrowing loss.
And I'm somewhat not so sure if they can make it work off from that point, because the advantage is in everything for Todak, even if they lost the player right there, surely. They have all the choices, all the options. The big problem, though, is that mid will definitely not be that easy to take. Oh, no. Oh, no. He can dodge it. The Doctor can dodge, and the concussion is good. Run, brother, run, and he makes the move. 45 seconds left, Ryan, and they still have not really made any room clear.
Smoke's down.
Fading a bit of utility towards B, though. Paranoia even forced out on the side of Glooms.
30 seconds left.
Todak is wanted to keep that player over there as the 𝗔𝗀𝗁 coming through. Want to fly from distance, but the bookie actually gets that kill onto the Doctor. But Todak bringing on us even so far. They don't expect 𝗔𝗀𝗏 in that position with the bookie. He adds to the tally. These thrifty guns on the side of attack all round, finding a lot of success. So we can't get anything done. An interesting and important round for attack all around to win. They break Todak's economy for the first time on Split so far. And they make something out of very little.
No more charges left.
I mean, this is so well done. This is where those small investments really pay off. They just pay off simply. And as we saw, talked about momentum. If Todak can right now bring that one home swift and fast, or if attack all around really have something to bring up, I'm not quite so sure yet.
𝗠𝗀𝗏's movement has created a lot of space, but he's taken so much damage, and again, the bookie could be his demise. He sees the outline of WannaFly. And the buy-up from Todak is a successful one. They have the man advantage, even though 𝗠𝗀 is super low health. 𝗠Sticks though, 3v3 seems to be the name of the day, but 𝗠𝗀 gets another before he's taken down. He's still only 20 HP. The alarm bot isn't going to really find all that much space, but eventually going to make its way through to clear some of these angles. 2 players on the site protecting the spike. And attack all around yet again have it all to do.
And well, with such shots coming in, it's one more stand in the ding from Senna. You hate to see it. You absolutely do. Brilliant stuff.
Match point.
They were, you know, maybe in a situation where they could have all worse and worse and worse. But nah, not like this. 12-3.
Thanks.
And one more round to go, and well, a Bucky, 2 Vandals. What Ginny's gonna buy is not decided yet, but far away from ideal.
And if Todak win here, they go up against Frostwolf next.
Shot that.
Got 2-0 in their group, they can pretty much confirm their place, but Shock Dart set up now from Subby to try and catch out some of the players. It will take a while for them to come back down, but attack all round.
There you go. Nice one, actually.
Nice idea. But attack all round did something a little bit different to what we've seen. Maybe Subby isn't expecting him to play up close, but decides against the Ultra. Oh, he's in 2 minds, but he doesn't see too much. He sees the breach, but he doesn't see the race. So the race's position, not giving up just
Dangerous.
yet.
Stim beacon here.
Oh, race could really become a problem. She just waits. Just waits and waits and waits. And the dart still doesn't spot her, does it? Nope. Still all on her own. They make the move over to A, have pretty much control over that. And as the first line of defense falls, the Doctor is low HP. Sure, he wants to do that. And as he gets eliminated mid-ropes, it's a spike that still hits the ground, and it's the retake that could be so well interrupted by the counter Sova. Moving through ropes anytime soon. They want to fly with his plates. A brilliant first one. The second one not granted, as Aduka knows what he does. Ginny is still on the right track. As they try to dodge the breach. It's only one man standing, and Subby is out.
On the brink. Attack all around, and Ginny able to try and keep themselves within it. 9 rounds in a row that they would need to win more, so 10. We'd be going 8 rounds, and they'd be going to overtime, and there's still even more to do from that scenario as well. Todak just need to win 1 more, and they've started to trade out more rounds on this side for attack all around's defense. But the money is still perfectly fine, available for Todak to make something happen with it. Val2 not too far away from having another showstopper, might fight for this orb on B main by the looks of it. That seems to be the game plan, and attack all round changed things up by playing aggressively onto mid. This time, a bit more patient. Want to take their time a little bit more because they have to be so deliberate. They can't get caught out at all here.
Let's attack all around. Seemingly are interested in that mid take. There's a good tag coming in. The Molly most likely will deny any further pushes. And so Wannafly is out. Entry is granted. And information towards Raze is not there. Oh, this could become dangerous. Yes, it might just become. As 𝗏𝗏𝗏 pushes out, it gets eliminated in no time. Only 2 remain. Make it 1. Ah, we might got it, Ryan. We might have it all done.
All up for Glooms to do. Still having a decent amount of utility, but it's going to run potentially into the Sova on the side of Todak. Plays off of the boom bot perfectly. Subby gets a free K. And in maybe not surprising fashion at all, a straightforward win for Todak against attack all around, but as dominant as the last time that they faced on this map. A really good run from Todak. Attack all around
Really,
not looking as straightforward for them as possible.
Yeah, I would have expected something totally different, but that 10-0 nearly sealed the deal. The tackle around just didn't feel comfortable. It felt like they were really missing out major composure and team play. We saw so many situations where they just pushed alone, where they pushed without any extra utility being put in use. And I think that's somewhat disappointing from what we have to expect from such a team.
Yeah, I mean, we can sort of break down the stats in a second to sort of look at where things fell apart for attack all around, to be brutally honest. They were the ones sort of coming into this tournament as a favourite, and losing out on a map like that isn't too surprising, I would guess, because it is split at the end of the day. It can have that effect, and if you are attacking first, it can be a really awkward one to try and deal with. And so, like, it was just most of the damage was done when you have a 10-2 half like that, being 2 rounds, only having 2 rounds, sorry, on the side of attack all around. It's always going to be tricky to try and pull that back. And Kodak just had a game plan. They knew how to play it. 𝗠𝘀 was exceptional on the raise at the openings. And it was just a great day for them. They're going to be feeling very confident going into their game against Frostwolf, which is coming up very shortly. And Attack All Around will have to wait until the end of day to play their final match against Team 600.
Very much agreed. We can directly hop into the post game, really quick and swift, as you know. You mentioned pretty much the key points about it. Opening duels have pretty much been won all around the board here. Todak, 𝗔𝗢𝗖, and 𝗠𝘀𝘁. Very interesting to see a Cypher that much on top. You know, obviously individual skill does not necessarily have to go with your role. But I think 𝗔𝗢𝗖 really had has this great stats due to the fact that on the defender side, he didn't even need to go to the enemy. They all came towards him. They all pushed him. They all made aggressive moves, and very early on, which led to the perspective that he just had to hold his position, and individually he was finding the frags. So insane work by him, I would say. Econ rating also quite decently up there, and you know, other than that, really not too much to talk about. This has been a clear match.
Yeah, 𝗔𝗢𝗖, it's surprising that he had so many first bloods, considering he wasn't very... Maybe in some cases he was very aggressive and proactive on the defense, just sort of pushing down B main to get a frag, but a lot of the time playing off angles to try and find a way to catch people as they make their way onto a site. It is going to be him with the MVP and the entry fragger reward.
Well deserved.
And a great day for Cypher players everywhere to see that you can still be as strong on this agent. Might be different if he was playing 𝗠𝘀𝗁. 𝗠𝘀𝗁's completely out of the game right now until they fix some bugs on her part. And so it's a good day if you are Kodak to sort of go into your first game of the day against a team like Attack All Around and win it so decisively. Their chances of qualifying have increased exponentially, and so will their confidence.
Yeah, I think this first of all, this the Cypher aspect is really interesting to see. Is if you know, for a map like Split, it was always the go-to agent, still being played quite well there. Todak, in the meantime, with a difference of 9, they obviously have themselves a great position for another match and another win. If that's going to happen, we're going to find that out fairly soon. You shouldn't go anywhere. The AOC Masters are going to be back with you in just a second.
Planted. seconds left.
No one to interrogate.
Spike planted. One player remaining.
I know exactly. Down.
One player remaining. Attackers win.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
And here we are, back alive, and back with some more Valorant. It's the AOC Masters. On my side is nobody else than the big brain Ryan Central. I am 𝗓𝐺, and we're going to watch 𝗏𝗏𝗏 versus 𝐹rostwolf. And I think if we have learned one thing from the previous game, Ryan, it was that if 𝗏𝗏𝗏 gets a map they are familiar with and they're comfortable with, statistically speaking, we would go along the lines of Split and maybe a Haven. They can really deliver their game plan. Regarding, for example, Ascent and Bind, I would be worried if that would be in the random mix now.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult when you look at 𝗏rostwolf 2 because we don't really have much stats on how they played previous. And so, really, you're looking at all of the maps and saying that, other than Ascent, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 go into this with an innate advantage. Like Split, Haven, they have a really good track record on. Bind is okay, it's more 50-50 than anything. It's only Ascent where they've won 1 and lost 4 times on the side of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. So,
yeah.
this is a team that isn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. It could really come down to certain maps and sides, even if you're getting that specific. So there is a chance for Frostwolf to get some work done here, but considering how well 𝗠dak played up against Attack all around, I still do fancy them to add their second win on top of their first.
Yeah, I very much see that happening, considering what we have seen overall over the entire course of that map. They really had every individual stepping up. It was not necessarily somebody carrying them through in any bad way, or somebody really just going ham and the others were lacking. Everybody was pretty much alive in the sense they could have been alive, and I think that's very valuable and that's very valid in that sense. That you have everybody stepping up. I'm very excited to see what we have for maps, because both of us have never seen Haven in this tournament so far, which is a bit unfortunate, because I very much like the map. But we'll see. So far, you know, I think if it will not be Ascent, it could be a Swift one. At the same time, we have no clue what Frostwolf is about to play. So.
Yeah, it's randomly generated at the end of the day, so there's no real way of knowing until we get there. But we are good to go for this game. We'll be able to get all of the stats, have a reminder on the teams that are playing in this. Of course, it is Frostwolf versus 𝗠dak. We saw them earlier on today. 𝗠dak winning their first game against Attack all around. Frostwolf losing their first game against Attack all around. So really, it should be going in the direction off of 𝗠dak based on that alone. But where the things have happened in this tournament, plenty of upsets that we've seen across the other 3 days of groups. The final group, Group D, is today. And the map between these two is going to be coming up very shortly. But 𝗠dak are going to be very happy with their recent result. Their confidence is going to be full. Frostwolf might have the Kingsman approach yesterday, maybe bottom him out of the group, but we haven't seen Team 600 just yet. But if 𝗠dak win this, it's pretty much safe to say that they're going to be qualifying. You've got Team 600 that are yet to play. The next 3 games of the day is going to be focusing on them.
There you go.
The one map that I think 𝗠dak didn't want to go to was going to be Ascent, so there is an opening and an opportunity for Frostwolf to get some stuff done here. 1 and 5 is 𝗠dak's result.
Oh, that's worrying, isn't it? A split went well. That's, first of all, very nice to see. 𝗠dak, you know, picking up a win against AAA earlier. I'm worried. I'll be honest with you, Ryan, because I think this could really be the surprise moment for Frostwolf, where we know zero about. Maybe even they are much more uncomfortable than them, but we have no clue. We have no clue, and this is where it gets interesting. The agent selection is really gonna give us a clear view what Frostwolf kind of anticipate from their opponent.
𝗠dak, you've got to be looking at players like 𝗠duka. He had a great game. The Dr. 𝗔𝗢, especially on the Rays. Whether they change up those particular agents or not is the question. 𝗔𝗢, nope, still going to be on the Rays and saying pretty much picking up the same thing. The only difference being is that 𝗁𝗁 switching away from the Jet to the Reyna of all things. 𝗁𝗏 potentially sort of pick up the Phoenix here. There would be no smokes, no controllers on the defending side of Frostwolf. 𝗁𝗏 does lock in the Omen. So we know what we're working with. There's no Sky, there's no Icebox in this map pool at all so far, at least in the groups. And this is 𝗠dak attacking first. And hopefully with the same amount of gusto as they had against Attack all around.
Very much looking forward to that. Very much looking forward to what we're going to experience on that. As you mentioned, pretty straightforward they are. Race, Breach, Omen. I mean, this is basically the go-to. This is just the go-to play. Reyna on this map has been proven viable from time to time. Has been proven to be some sort of agent you can play. It's still, for me personally, not what I'd like to see. But I mean, 𝗁𝗁, we saw what this man can do, and we saw that he as an individual can step up massively. So the agent's gonna fit to him, and as round number 1 comes in, the pistol could decide the quick momentum Swift.
More of a default split for 𝗠dak, really. Majority of players leaning towards A. There's a tripwire and a camera. You'll be looking at that angle, but mostly don't want to give up too much space towards Catwalk. That is the direction the center is going to be coming from. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 just wanting to get on site before he takes disengagement, but the camera is going to spot out a few players coming in. The cyber cage used a bit earlier. They don't really have much information to go off at this point. Even just knowing that there's going to be a couple. Forces out. There's a nice flash actually coming in from the breach, but 𝗏𝗏 trades out the Cypher.
And as 𝗏𝗏 really find frags left, right, and center. Oh, the
planted.
nade doesn't hit its actual target. Insane might have a bit of a problem as really the stun is coming his way. And so you see left, right, and center. Everybody's chiming in and everybody's starting to come in with their charm. Raduca knows heaven is no option. The retake is aborted. As though the option is still there. Insane still tries. His points of health are not really working out with that. No. 1-0. Classic for 𝗏𝗏.
And I feel like they're sort of using the utility early, expecting 𝗏𝗏 to push through was maybe a bit of a mistake on Frostwolf's part. If they could just get some information before the execute came in on how many people were pushing through on the attack, they might have been better prepared. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 able to get some work done before he was traded out by 𝗏𝗏, who gets another one in that round. And 𝗏𝗏 start off in straightforward fashion. Seems it's going to be a similar case here. And Frostwolf not really buying up too much, just a sheriff at most. Going to be saving a little bit of economy for this round and hoping that they can at least pull a few guns away from 𝗏𝗏 and try to break their economy as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, we'll see about that. That's a valid point, but not so sure if we see this happening that swiftly. And in front of A, this is nice to see for Frostwolf. They're taking the A main control, so they rule out one essential position. So that's a no-0, not gonna happen. How quick though is 𝗏𝗏 supposed to react to that? With the entry, they should be in the right direction for that B side go, even if they lose 𝗏𝗏.
A lot of space taken up on B. Spike is going to get planted with very little resistance, and Senna's just trying to work out where these last three defenders are going to be.
Spike planted.
So we're wrapping around to try and get to the back to defender spawn, but 𝗏𝗏 going to be played a bit more aggressive, going to try and face people. It's a Duke that gets that first kill, and straightforward clean it from 𝗏𝗏 even. Had the solid run when it comes to the utility and guns that they had, so honestly, a round that they should have easily won, and they did.
And a 2-0 we right now see, all according to plan at that point in time. All the rifles so finally there for Frostwolf. I would be very interested to see if they dare the same aggression as we saw in the previous round. We know we're going to take in front of A main. And it seems like when I see Reyna and Cypher doing that, oh, this could end badly. He still would have a grenade up for grabs. But first of all, I think the main thing is now ask for support, ask for help. And as I talk about, the aggression from the counter flash came in, but it was not enough. Kaizen with the entry.
Another great flash coming in from the Doctor. And trades coming through. Kaizen getting a second. Position of the Cypher at least giving up, but he still manages to get a nice shot in onto 𝗏𝗏. So 2 versus 4. Very low health is the Cypher that's going to try and make this play. The flash is a good one. Kaizen flashed again, is able to get the frag. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 added to it too. Strong rounds. Nice sort of plays coming in from 𝗏𝗏, but Kaizen was there to meet them. Won every engagement that he needed to. He's got his Empress ready for this next round.
And I mean, you see, this is where the really valuable Reyna plays are coming in playing. Empress is ready, hypothetically, here. I enjoy Kaizen's aggression. I would think that on the defender side, they would really benefit from going for that for the long run. So, talking about it, Breach knows how to counter.
Cage triggered.
And so they fall back. Race, in the meantime, can take the room.
I really like how Kaizen's been playing this. He's been playing very aggressive, nice little off angles to sort of set himself up. Still has all of his layers and his ultimate for this round. 𝗏𝗏 aren't going to have all that much to work with when it comes to their economy, but they're still going to have enough to be able to buy up based on the fact that they won the first 2 rounds so cleanly. It's still an awkward one for them. Don't really have too many ultimates coming online anytime soon, but two players looking down A main, seeing if they can peek off somebody, get a frag. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is going to try and peek off of them, but mostly waiting for the rest of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to sort of split onto tree. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is there onto garden, so he's going to at least try and do his best to keep hold of it, but ultimately it's not coming through just yet. All of the tripwires destroyed. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes down in the process, and it's an absolute bloodbath. Insane is able to get 2 before he gets killed as well.
Oh, no.
30 seconds left.
Mayhem and chaos ascends over on the A site. Brutal slaughtering that happened over there. And as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 hopes for anyone to come in and flank, his patience has not paid off. Comes in from heaven. And from that point on, I think, yeah, with that smoke landed, they should be aware, okay, someone is definitely somewhere towards CT spawn. The other one coming in over A main. And as they try to retake this, Spike's ticking massively here, Ryan. It's not getting any easier. Smoke's about to fade. Info dart from main has been thrown, and oh no, the smoke fades at that time. The worst time you could imagine, and the worst play that came out of them. Milliseconds. Just 1 second earlier would be all fine, but not like this.
𝗏𝗏𝗏 did well to sort of respond to it. Ultimate's now good for them. Showstopper on either side and a rolling thunder for the Doctor. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 still having the Empress, wasn't really able to do as much there, but most importantly, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 now having to save, so should be another round added to 𝗏𝗏𝗏's tally. Got a nice split between the two sites, trying to face and play off of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. They know that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 want to try and push on the defense, so they can punish it just like that. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes down. You still have 𝗏𝗏𝗏 around this corner, but the neural theft is going to show up his position. He manages to get out alive just in time, but he doesn't survive for much longer than that.
I'm very much deep. Plants is coming in immediately as the B side has been taking swiftly. A quick look at the weapon again. Subby's making sure that, you know, there's still a bullet in the chamber. With 3 players remaining, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 falls. Now they go on the hunt. Now they're hungry. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏 very much is. The movement is disgusting. Triple kill coming in. And this is the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 we have seen previously. Really stepping up their game in that sense that they push the borders, push the edges, and, you know, individually are just on point.
I'm starting to feel comfortable again. I had a bit of an awkward round in round 3, the only one that Wolf was able to get at this point. Almost 4 ultimates good to go for 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Almost 5 for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 now. It's a case of using them at the right opportunities. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's going to try and take a bit of space on B main. Keep these defenders of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in control. Map control now starting to make their way to 𝗏𝗏𝗏. No mid presence at all from 𝗏𝗏𝗏, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏, to be honest, haven't done anything to try and contest it or take it away at this point.
And as we see right there, the mid aggression again from 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Omen going deep already. And you see, hypothetically, he could sneak all the way through market. With a Sova drone maybe in play anytime soon, that would be insanely valuable information. There's the second smoke landing. Opponent Cypher has no option to go further. It's very interesting how to play on time, because they play the mind games at the moment, and they open, you know, no real opportunity for themselves by now, but still are well positioned for an execute.
Thirty seconds left.
It's got 𝗏𝗏𝗏 considering where they're going to go. And it's just 𝗏𝗏𝗏 over on the A site because of the amount of Cypher utility still there. The bait is a good one, though. Are they going to expect 𝗏𝗏𝗏 on this corner? He's got a really nice angle. He sprays down 2 yet
So
again.
good,
Perfect
so
positioning that catches out these attackers.
10 seconds
Spike
left.
is going to get planted. And now 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are a bit of an awkward spot because they want to try and split in between. Are they going to expect the Omen? They do, luckily, but the Spike does go down in time. Subby
They're still an ult.
is going to
Oh,
ooh, it's an awkward one.
not enough.
You failed. Now
Yeah, they were a little slow on the rotate. They simply weren't expecting the double kill to come in. And you know, you have to expect that your opponent at one point is just that strong to do so. Impressive work done, and impressive work in the end that brings the side of Frostwolf another round. Still, it seemingly is that the combination of Kai's and Insane really knows how to hinder the opponent in such plays, and that makes it very enjoyable to watch. If you ask me, it's somewhat unfortunate how they now failed in their aggression here, 𝗏𝗏, but still very well punished.
Yeah, all on Kaizen. It would have been a very different round if it had gone either way, but he's not going to be in the server for much longer. 𝗏𝗏 now with the operator, commanding mid space a lot more than we've seen from 𝗏𝗏 at this point. Now Frostwolf, only 4 players left in the server. The Aldrin is going to come across mid to see if 𝗏𝗏 is still there, but he's making his way to wrap around to A. Do they expect 𝗏𝑆frog to be on this corner? He's checking the doorway in a similar way to Kaizen, but Senna might be able to catch him out. The teleport is going to put him in a very scary spot, and if 𝗏𝑆frog can easily peek him at this point, he tries to. The spray down is good. Really don't clear that corner, but 𝗏𝗏 with the operator tries to take the fight. 𝗏𝑆frog gets another one before he's taken down. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, that 3 versus 3 is really looking like it's not going to be that easy. Did he hear the opponent stepped out? Yes, he must have. Oh, he must have, and he still finds the frag. Can he dodge it? He can. This is so well played, but still, Weird Bill playing a slight bit better. I can't imagine he makes the move. He does make the move. This is really getting disgusting. 𝗏𝗏 already on the 4th, and if this is gonna be his ace, this man is making a statement that he's not to be eliminated. The 5th round by a man who deserves his ult. He wasted it in the last round. He gets a fresh one just 1 round later.
Great play from him, mostly shutting down Kaizen right at the start. The ace was justified, and whilst 𝗏𝗏 still had the lead, it was such an important round just to make sure that these defending round wins from Frostwolf can only be islands in the feed. Can't string too many of those rounds together. It's just one at a time before 𝗏𝗏 starts to trade him back. A bit of a half buy coming out now. A bit of a force from Frostwolf to try and keep themselves in the game. 𝗏𝗏 needs to be careful now as Kaizen's peeking up into his angle. 𝗏𝗏 gets one onto 𝗏𝑆frog. Kaizen being flashed by the breach. Still going to push and persevere.
A big shock to me personally how well they have done that. Really, really big shock how well that has worked. And I mean, 𝗏𝗏 is not done. He's really still there to clearly, you know, tell everybody, I'm here, I'm on the server, please don't come here and attack me, because you will end up in the worst way possible. And very obviously that has worked. 1 short player to found. 𝑠AR is still there. And the triple kill, yeah, he was getting greedy. He was getting a little greedy.
Oh, the paranoia hits nicely onto the doctor, though.
He got no
the site is in his control. Hunter's Fury is available. That's why they played very passively at this point, but they are going to win these engagements, take it 1 at a time. But Subby trades nicely onto Weird Bill. It made that far too close for liking for 𝗏𝗏. Now, Frostwolf's money is going to be completely broken. A save is required from them. Now the 𝗏𝗏 are starting to build up rounds again. They aren't forced to save anytime soon. Their money is good. Ult economy is even better. And Frostwolf have been making this close in a couple of occasions, but 𝗏𝗏, as expected, leading on this one.
I'm very impressed that 𝗏𝗏, even though this is not their map pick, really have this one winning condition in the form of 𝗏𝗏. Though, the thing is, as good as 𝗏𝗏 is, please don't get me wrong, I didn't really see anyone have even a chance to get entries or something. If one guy is just coming in like that, what are you even supposed to do when he's grabbing all of those frags? You're pretty much lost in it. As in the meantime, he falls. Now it's time to prove that you could even make it work without this guy. Talking about it, the weakened weaponry as well as the strength, every one of them proves that case.
We have a rough idea on where 𝗏𝑆frog is going to be. A lot of utility used to try and flush him out, and it's worked. The camera's still set up in a position where you can get a bit of intel on what they're trying to do. Cyber Cage is going to add to it more. So at least these two players from Frostwolf know which site is going to be hit, but I'd expected 𝗔𝗢𝗏 to be pushing in this corner. Not necessarily. Somebody can trade him out.
No one is
Plays up insane to get the third.
No one.
And positive net sum for 𝗏𝗏 so far on their attacking half. Still a couple more rounds to go. And Frostwolf, if they want to keep themselves in it, will have to win this round. Otherwise, 𝗏𝗏 will start to run away with things a little.
And it's a massively what they deliver. It's just outstanding work that 𝗏𝗏 can bring to the table. And the previous round, surely it has been a force buy on Frostwolf, but there you see that it's not only dependent on that one race player. And what I like so much, even as good as they are here, Ryan, they don't continuously just, they don't start to make some stupid moves in the sense of, we're leading 7-2, we're obviously having the better players, we're just pushing in randomly.
Ooh, that's a nice connection onto 𝗔𝗢𝗏. Site is open for business, but did they expect 𝗏𝒄 to be lurking in this spot? He's been able to get quite a lot before, and he adds to that tally. Rolling Thunder now going to be used across from the attacking bridge to create a bit of space, but now 𝗏𝒏𝗏 is going to show up exactly where Senna's playing. He can get one before Kaiser trades him out. 3 versus 3. Showstopper still available. It is going to come out from 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 wanted to make a play, forcing himself to get one, but doesn't quite get the connection that he's hoping for.
Yeah.
There's just 2 left of Frostwolf.
Still, those two still have a chance, even if Omen is low HP. If 𝗏𝗏 falls, that will become problematic, but who am I actually to fool? 𝗏𝗏 doesn't fall. It's one more player standing. And as much as he'll try and want to make a move, he's running away back into spawn. 8th round on the board. It's by the book. 𝗏𝗏's aggressor side is by the book. And I don't know how you personally see it, Ryan, but for me, it has really felt that so far, the AOC Masters have rewarded the team that's defended. That's really what it felt like so far.
I feel like the main thing, and this is something that we haven't seen over the past couple of days at least, is that everybody on 𝗏𝗏 has the ability to frag out. Like, a lot of mechanical skill is on show here. 𝗏𝗏 especially has been running away with things at the moment, but 𝗔𝗢𝗏 on the Cypher breaking onto the site to get that first connective shot just opens up the play for 𝗏𝗏 to have a lot more confidence with how they play the rest of that round. 𝗏𝗏, yet again, wanted to try and catch the Cypher onto 𝗏𝗏, but it's going to get smoked off. It's going to consider moving up to chick mid. Kaizen is going to be there with Aaliyah. It's going to push out. It's patient stuff, but make no mistake, 𝗏𝗏 are in full control here, and Frostwolf are doing their best to keep up.
And as you hear the nades being exchanged, nearly making that one work. And you saw in the beginning through rounds that it was Frostwolf daring to take an aggressive stance. For example, a main they partially pushed. And then from that point on, they really stopped doing so. They really felt like they're continuously getting punished there. Nice Senna. Doesn't go through, but it ruins the tripwire. It might be just free access over short. Yeah, that might be just free access over short.
With Bill, nice little angle that's going to sort of catch him off, but now the showstopper on the defending side doesn't catch as much. Trading out equally here, but 𝗏𝗏 brings it now to a 2 versus 2. The 𝗏𝗏 adds to it. It's just got to be the silver. It's just got to be Zard trying to clutch up. Trying to come in from garden. Door's going to be closed in on his face and needs to make his presence known if he wants to make his way in. 𝗏𝗏 has been forced to change up his positioning, but both these players playing off of the site, seeing if they can catch where the silver's going to be.
The kind of composure in team play, really, the synergy they delivered, because that short push seemed like, okay, it must be 𝗏𝗏 falling, but at the same time, Doctor sort of had an awareness or an angle, or the communication was working in that sense, that he was still covering that position whilst the smoke was fading, and at that point, they had the man advantage, as it could have turned around. Really, really brilliant scenario, I have to say, for 𝗏𝗏.
It's been really good stuff. Like, they've just been able to add on to what we saw against attack all around, and are going to be, at this point, looking to be going 2-0 up in their groups. Just a game against Team 600 left, who are a complete unknown at this point on how well we're expected to do.
True.
We finish off this half strong. The execute is going to be coming onto B, which is something that we haven't really seen all that much from Toda. The play's coming through.
Revealing area.
Yep. Now, this seems like one of the first times they just brutally push me. Like, really brutally. And in that way, they don't remain that strong. Lost 2 in the process. Got information about the main, and, well, interestingly from 𝗔𝗢𝗖, second player has been spotted there as well into market. Should at least be the case. And 2 main, 2 market. Sova fallen. Subby is out. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗏 is definitely the man you want to see when it comes to such retakes. Individually, he has been stepping up and finding those relevant rounds when they were needed, but still 𝗔𝗢𝗏 sneaks through. First fake defusing. Yeah, this is brilliant stuff. They know where the last player stands, and he's pretty much in jail. Can't move out, can't do much. You gotta check left and right. This is where your DPI matters the most.
A dominant half, just like the last time with attack all
Switching
around.
sides.
10-2 to Toda. And it's been the 𝗔𝗀𝗖 show for sure. He has been exceptional on the rise. 21-6. The defense starts for Todak, and an uphill attacking half now on the cards for Frostwolf if they want to at least make this close. 𝗧 had a really good game against the tackle around, all things considered, and he's only won an 11-2, which is a big oof. But that pretty much sums up the game for Frostwolf so far. Todak have been a great watch.
Bomb buddy out.
They deliver such a amazing game for us, because it's not even that I'm bored to that sense that they are winning that hard. It's really them playing outstandingly in a team composition and outstandingly good individually. And as you mentioned, everybody can step up. Everybody can step up. And when you lurk like this...
The wrap around from... Yeah, 𝗔𝗀𝗖 has done a really good job of wrapping around, and that 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is going to get a lot. He gets 2 with it. They know roughly where this player is going to be. He has another Pain Shell available, but Senna luckily puts 𝗧 out with his misery before more damage can be done.
No worries.
What an exceptional Raze play that we're seeing
Really,
in front of this.
I mean, I'm speechless about how good this is being played right now. And at the same time, I have to ask the question, why is nobody checking behind? Why is not anybody playing a tripwire, for example? Because you're moving that slowly. You are moving that slowly, and this is going to be very costly at that point. Because do you genuinely think that Todak so far has not proven themselves to be a team that can take such room?
Bomb buddy
I don't think so.
Another play coming in onto B. 𝗠𝘀𝗏, though, is going to keep Frostwolves in it with a nice little sheriff kill, but 𝗔𝗢𝗏 trades up the numbers very quickly and easily considering the guns. Doctor with the Bucky is trying to get some damage in, but it's not really enough. 𝗔𝗢𝗏, though, is on absolute cleanup duty. Gets the 4K match point now for Todak. And we've not really seen
Match point.
games of this dominance at this point.
No.
A lot of the scorelines that have looked similar to this, at least, have been closer with how some of the rounds have maybe gone, but absolutely make no mistake, Todak have been exceptional this game at least, and there's been very little opening for Frostwolf to exploit.
Yeah. I mean, it's somewhat unfortunate, isn't it? Because you would expect them to play a bit better off of that. At the same time, you really hate to see it, because it's not like it's exceptionally bad from the opponents. They just don't have the same kind of awareness, seemingly. They miss out on that massively. And such things can cost you games and rounds and so on. And yeah, again, look, again, this can't be happening. Yeah, finally, Sark finds the kill.
So little to work with, but a gun upgrade has come through. Senna now quite smartly has found this position. Here's the Aldrin, so knows that this site is looking to be hit. You don't expect 𝗏്rostwolf to clear this corner, but the Aldrin does it, so the teleport having to come through, but Senna now actually with a paranoia is going to hit multiple people, and he's able to spray down 2. How have they managed to turn this around? Senna completely boxed in, is going to be able to try and add more to the tally, but Weird Bill, with the help of a shock dart, is going to bring this now to a 2 versus 2. 𝗏duka has a nice little angle, and the Silver is going to be there to help him. The teleporter has been heard onto the site, but 𝗏duka sprays him down just as it's coming through.
No way.
Subbing out from the high ground. This should be it from 𝗏rostwolf. And 𝗏duka just trying to get out and keep within this team, get away from some of this Silver utility. I almost play for the retake. Give them the spike plant and then just go take them on afterwards.
Yeah, and look how he's baiting him.
10
He's
seconds
just like
left.
baiting him again. I don't know, not gonna happen. Baiting him again and again. Wow. I mean, we have seen 13-6, 13-9s all across the board. But this, we have not seen any time so far in Group C. Group D really delivers us one hell of a matchup, as you would not necessarily expect that even, you know, attack all around might just lose to 𝗏dek. Okay, but it happened. It was a bad map for them. Fine. But then Ascend, which statistically looks horrible, legitimately horrible for 𝗏dek, they smash 𝗏rostwolf left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute dominant win for them. 𝗏rostwolf's chances of qualifying for the playoffs are near enough done now with their 0 and 2 results so far. As for 𝗏dek, they should be qualified at this point unless there's a couple more games where rounds and games are lost in a bit of a rotation at this point. But we still have yet to see Team 600, which are a team that we will be watching throughout the rest of today as they take on some of the other teams that we have been watching. So I'm excited to see how those guys do. But 𝗏dek came in as, you know, a potential second seed in this group. But to be honest, they could do much more than that.
Yeah,
and 600
yeah,
at least
100%.
can get off of the board very easily because their next game is going to be the final game from 𝗏rostwolf, who have lost all of their games so far. So 600 could come in and, you know, just absolutely trounce them as well. Keep their chances of qualifying for the tournament tight too.
Yeah, but Team 600 so far have 5 matches on the board when we come down to VLR. Obviously very interesting. We hop into post-game stats. And, I mean, what do you want to say? 414 average combat score. 102 econ rating. And at the same time, and this is funny, Kaizen on the opposite side is the best opening player.
Shows how much impact 𝗏alti was having. It seemed some of the time that 𝗏rostwolf was able to get that first blood more consistently. But it was only really the Doctor that didn't have that individual impact from 𝗏dek, but it wasn't really necessary. 𝗧 2 and 14 struggled to get anything done. But that is an insane amount of ACS from 𝗏alti.
Oh, yeah.
He had a great game. And it's confirmation that 𝗏dek deserved to sort of push on in this tournament towards playoffs. 𝗏alti evidently, very clearly getting that MVP. And Kaizen had bright spells across the 2 games that we've seen so far, but the likeliness of qualifying is done now completely for them. The best that they can hope for is a confidence-boosting win against Team 600.
Yeah, basically said, or at least, you know, leaving it with a sign of life. 𝗏dek versus Team 600 is going to be fairly interesting. Attack all around will be then. So I see 600 possibly winning against 𝗏rostwolf. I don't see 600 winning against 𝗏dek, but I mean, at the same time, I legitimately have no idea. I think the biggest game of the day could be AAA versus Team 600, because I imagine both will stand 1-1 when entering this final match. But we will see a little later on. This is right now the most recent update of the standing, plus 20 difference. If it's going to continue like that or not, we're going to find out. Group D of the AFC Masters is far away from done. You should tune in a little later as we're taking a little break. We'll be right back, and then we're going to welcome you again for Group D.
One player remaining.
Enemy down.
One player remaining. Flawless.
Nowhere to run.
One player remaining. One player remaining.
No one.
One player remaining. One player remaining. 10 seconds left.
What's the last bug?
Defenders win.
You're lucky.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a
And we're back, and well, Team 600 is going to make their debut in this Group D with Frostwolf, well, recovering from that harsh loss, 2-13 of, well, on Ascent. That hurt, and that was brutal from 𝗏𝗏, but either way, it is what it is. On my side is Ryan Central. We're going to guide you through our 4th match, then the 5th, and then the 6th. Obviously, Group D is having 3 more to go, and so far it's looking quite decent for 𝗏𝗏 here, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very good day for them. They get a bit of a break before they play up against Team 600. So it gives them at least an opportunity to see these guys play because, like we mentioned earlier, it's a team that we don't have an awful lot of information on, and they haven't really done too much in the scene just yet anyway, apart from, of course, qualifying for the AOC Valorant Masters. So there's still a lot to see. There is potential that they could come in and surprise quite a few people. But at least they'll be playing up against Frostwolf, who at this point don't really have too much to play for. It is a great way for Team 600 to get started in this group. But again, it's going to be a tricky one when they have to play up against both 𝗏𝗏 and then later on Attack All Around, who need to win to qualify.
True. I mean, the one against 𝗏𝗏 was already brutal, first of all that. Still, I mean, Team 600 will have the same problem. Frostwolf, not quite sure if it's just map dependent what they want to do. I mean, the sample size we have so far regarding VLR is Ascent and Bind. Both didn't work at all, not the slightest bit. So I'm very much looking forward to what they'll deliver right here in the matchup. Obviously, the map will be very interesting to see. Finally, I want to see Haven. If we're going to see Haven, well, I mean, I might be bamboozled about it. Maybe not. That would be very nice to have it once in a while, though. Either way, it's going to be a bit of a surprise take because we hardly know anything about those teams. Team 600 also coming in with 5 matches on board so far. You know, picking up wins against teams like Boss Gold, Beta Irons, or 1%. The only interesting one really is the loss against Kingsman they had, which we saw yesterday. He went out of the groups fairly swift. Not much to really you can make off of that, I would say.
It's a good group to sort of be a part of, I suppose, with how open it is for both sides. Really, Frostwolf have shown nice opportunities for them to do some pretty good stuff in there. But I do think that there is a great opportunity to come in if you're Team 600. We can have a look at the players, get a good understanding of who they are, their names, and also what map we're going to, which map is going to be randomized and generated. Again, these are players that I don't recognize from other rosters, but Team 600 being the Singaporean lineup, have a big region when it comes to the talent that comes from Singapore specifically, right? So it's been difficult, I suppose, to try and outshadow people, but we are, for the first time over these couple of days, going to be good to Haven, which I guess for players like Frostwolf, they will have the opportunities to do some great individual stuff, but we're yet to see how 600 want to play this one.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Haven. Ah, finally it's Haven. Oh my goodness. I have waited for this map for way too long. But it is the map that has been so much awaited. Well, yesterday we didn't see it. Today we're finally going to see it. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it's coming back into play. And now the agent composition is going to be one of the most interesting aspects because we cannot see 𝗏𝗏 first of all, though. You know, she has been valid to some degree to some teams on this map. Cypher, I think, is a 100% pick. Sova should be a 100% pick pretty much. From that point on, I think Haven is really the default map for the default composition, basically.
Yeah, you're looking at what Frostwolf have been running, and it would be similar across there, I guess. Kaizen, it's a question of whether he wants to play the Jet or the Reyna. There were great moments on both, but depends what he wants to do here. There's no 𝗏𝗏 available for Team 600, as she's banned out, as well as Skye. 𝗏𝗏 currently out of the game at the moment due to bugs that need fixing. It's Jarpix that's going to be running the Jet. Insane Elfrog going to be picking up. You would imagine Zao would have the Sova, Weird Bill on the Omen, Kaizen still a question mark at this point. But Double Initiator is the comp for Team 600. Mayao, if they want to play the Sentinel, would have to play. Oh, maybe it has been fixed, so maybe they can play it.
I'm
it is worth adding
now.
that the reason why it was added is that there were some bugs to do with 𝗏𝗏 being able to put her turret under stuff, which, you know, can be exploited in something like ranked, but in a competitive setting like this, I mean, Team 600 aren't going to do that because they'd get disqualified, right? So Killjoy is a fine agent to play, so long as you don't use these things to exploit, which I think is a given when you're looking at what the teams are doing. But back in the game, Valorant Riot have decided that it's fine to fix the issue, and he's now available to play again.
Yeah, so as I heard, it has been back, thankfully. Killjoy is alive, and Frostwolf with the Cypher Sova combo, Jet on it as well. It's a super classic thing. We see Team 600 swapping around slightly. I mean, they stick to the core of Soba, Omen, and Jet. Killjoy and Breach, obviously the alternatives. Well, Race is not necessarily the alternative to Breach, but I still see high value in Breach overall. So let's find out what those lads can do. It's the attacker side of Team 600 that could impress us in their debut match in Group D.
Frostwolf defending first will want to have a better start than they've had previously. Paranoia play going to be coming out onto a shot from the Omen. Even if he can catch anything and have the Cypher play off of it, and that is the direction that Team 600 are heading. Haven't made any noise just yet, but the play is looking to come through. Now it does. It hits multiple people, but the nearsightedness doesn't work out well for 𝐿Frog. He gets caught out. The execution going to be coming in thick and fast now from Team 600. And an awkward play gone wrong from Frostwolf.
I mean, swift and fast it goes. Swift and fast, they've taken the sights.
Spike planted.
Both are down to 4 players. Czar with a beautiful move, but blinded his teammate Kaizen is. The retake's not going as well as expected, as though Weirdbit is making a decent move here for Frostwolf. The man has to swap around sights.
Right here.
And so as the defense has initiated, Flare can't do much. Nope, that's denial. First round here for Frostwolf, as they bring through 3 players.
Good turnaround from Frostwolf, losing the first play like that. Solid retake for them. And really the better way that you want to be starting out things now for Team 600. Like, it was a great chance to sort of pull that lead, but ultimately not enough. Frostwolf win this. They pretty much keep Team 600 in check, and maybe they're the team that goes 0-3 in the groups.
Go on my mark.
And as we have a little timeout, seemingly. I never realized how big the fire up there is. It's a pretty big inferno actually over there.
It's been going on for quite some time as well. Nobody's put it out yet. In what, 6 months, 8 months? It's been a long time. It might be even longer before Frostwolf or Team Singapore can get a win under their belts, but at the end of this best of one, at least one team will be able to grab it. Frostwolf had a torrid day so far. This is their final game. At least they can end on a high, even though it doesn't really affect the standings too much. Team 600, their first game of the day, want to make sure that they get off on the right foot. So still plenty to play for. Frostwolf don't want to necessarily go down without a fight, and Team 600 will be seeing the other teams play with their rosters and effectively going, everybody else is beating Frostwolf, why can't wait? We're back in at least. The timer is ticking down yet again as we've had our technical pause, I would assume. Tactical, it's a bit early for anything like that. And a straightforward setup for Frostwolf that are going to try and face as much as possible towards mid. They haven't forced up, it's just a frenzy that's going to be in the hands of 𝗔𝗢𝗖 on the attack. As Frostwolf are looking to constrict and make their way through to take all of this mid control, and already they won that first engagement against me out.
Shock dart.
Messy fights so far for either team. There's loves. What's an opening? This is getting messy if you're Frostwolf. You have the bigger guns, you should be winning out on these, but 𝗧 the Ghost. Everybody on the side of Team 600 is very low on health. But as is 𝗠𝘀𝘁, who's good to be first contact. Any of those bullets hit, he's down. But 𝗧, full health and armor, is at least able to be a bit safer when he's scouting for information. A is good to be hit. Insane has been hit all this time, but doesn't have much utility to work with other than the blast packs. Clears up one. Now knows that the last is going to be on the side. The paint shell has come online after the 2 kills. He gets a third. And whilst it is a round of Frostwolf should be taken, considering they won the pistol, Team 600 made it costly.
Caution here.
Full buy is coming through. 𝗔𝗢𝗖, with 1 frag, is able to get up the Vandal and full armor. No ultimates, of course, this early yet. Nobody has ran away with some of the frags at this point. But the A-site completely given up from Frostwolf. They're intending to play full retake for it and just keep going for this mid control like they did previously. Smoke comes in onto B main and window from either Omen. 𝗠𝘂𝘁𝗏 has taken this opportunity to play a little bit more aggro with the Spectre down C long to scout out information. A-site was, again, left open for Team 600 to take. The Aldrun is going to pretty much confirm that. But there's not even any cameras set up or anything like that to sort of protect it. It eventually gets placed just to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and, well, as you see right there, ouch.
Planted.
Big pain coming in. So for now, oof, doesn't get any better right there. Big issues on the sides of Team 600 as they can't get anything done. Hoping to make something work, but obviously 𝗔𝗢𝗖 will not really. Oh well, they actually deny pretty much a Frostwolf. Frostwolf only on 1 player. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 tries his best as he hides and wants to deny it by time. Yeah, seems like he can make that work, and so the final defender escapes.
Right here.
And first full buy for Team 600 is a success.
Right here. Right here. Right here.
There's still a full buy coming through from Frostwolf though. Just holding on to the Spectres of previous rounds means that some of them could buy it fully, but it's the case of Spectres and half armors for some players. Bladestorm for Team 600 is good to go. 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗏 is more than happy to sort of pull it out, save a bit of money going forward. But more than anything, Team 600 now have it conditioned into them that Frostwolf want to play aggressive on the defense. The Omen is going to be watching on C long, and 𝗠𝘀 tries to take an engagement with the Silver within Garage. 𝗧 wins the fight for the most part as 𝗠𝘀 is super low on health. Breakthrough is going to come onto the B side, but 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗏 with the Bladestorm can't find anything. Insane gets the kill, gets the showstopper out.
Oi.
He gets taken out in the process, and suddenly Team 600 managed to switch this around with a few more frags.
Yeah, it's not done yet entirely though. 𝗠𝘀 is definitely not done yet. Oh, that's
Got the spike.
it's not being spotted as I say it. Spike carrier down, weapon upgrade granted, and First Love is on 2 points of health. And still, you can't be nearsighted, no problem for 𝗠𝘂𝘁𝗏. The man finds the frag that was needed, and it's a free one coming in favor of Frostwolf.
Really good round from Frostwolf, like, considering they had the worst guns. Played out nicely. Insane is going to be pretty annoyed that the showstopper didn't quite go to plan. Would have been really useful for the future, but nevertheless, he managed to shut down 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗏 with the Bladestorm, and everything seemed to go really well from there. Scrappy from 600. Their attack should have gone a lot better considering, but now they are forced to pay the price that is a full eco save other than sheriffs and half armor in some cases. They've not got much to work with. The Eldron is going to scout out some of these players that are pushing towards C long. So the rotation from Frostwolf coming in, and they know the Team 600 are working with worse guns.
And as they push the side, Czar is pretty much blind, but everybody at First Wolf is just spraying through. Flawless round, and as the quad comes in from the Sova, it's a defense that remains ideal. Frostwolf in a situation where they finally are back on grab, probably picking up that confidence that is needed.
𝗠 is there. He had an incredibly quiet game, as we saw earlier on against 𝗠 He's now leading the line by a considerable amount. 𝗠Fury looking to come out straight away down a shot. Might not necessarily catch you they're hoping for, but it's just a shot in the dark more than anything to see if they can get anything early. Everybody on Team 600 so far has survived with their life, so a costly ultimate that came through onto Frostwolf. They still have the Bladestorm ready to work with, but you can already see that Kaizen is fairly low on health. It's going to be difficult to make something happen from it.
And as Weird Bill is waiting up in heaven over on the A side, they set up their defense mainly over on C. As though there is no sign of life from Team 600 in that direction. There is nobody making any noise at that position. So Weird Bill, you gotta play it out all on info. You gotta wait for his teammates, and as he shall wait, that spike's getting down. Meow planting. That one directly under heaven. So it's still Team 600 who would have an ult. Oh, and that's punishment for Kaizen, who felt very confident with that, but not happening. And so it is the Killjoy under heaven that places its ult. It has to be done now or never. Frags have to be found now or never, but nope. The attackers do it right and lock down the site. It doesn't seem like there are too many options left. As actually Raze has been detained. In the process, it's a safe that should come in immediately. And there you go, pushing backwards. Team 600 on the second round.
Yeah, getting those kills up on the site was key. And it was good from Team 600 to not use too much else. Other than the Killjoy ultimate, they had the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter's Fury, but we're very frugal with how they approached that. And luckily, get their second round without using too much up.
I think the question is, though, I think two components really made this one even be so well for Team 600. First of all, not having the right kind of idea when it comes down to the rotation. I mean, they seemingly over-rotated to C and kept it in default when there was no sign of Team 600 there. And second of all, the ults really made the difference there. And that's for now. Insane, as well as Alfrock find frags. It's once again the Ice Cold Wolf that slaughter everybody coming into their crosshair. Team 600 still would have the ult of Omen. Would be interesting to see how they'll use that. But here's a bit of a better defense towards A. They immediately left Cypher on there. Surely tripwires and everything are great, and you can swap up his position from time to time. At the same time, Raze has been positioned nearby as well. So the defense opportunities are there. Oh, that's very uncomfortable. That is obviously Killjoy using his ult quite well. And Frog looks how to use his cam for the retake, as that could be a very viable tool. Underneath, it's once more Killjoy that brings that spike down. Jarpix, an interesting move, probably trying to use that as a fake. but it's a 4v2. Frost will have all the players on the side. They have all the defense mechanisms if they want to, but they need to find the frags. And talking about that, they don't. They don't find those kills. They have a bit of a problem right now as they try to flank around. It has to be a lot of noise, mate. Oh, 𝗠𝘀𝗁 is whiffing, and it's 𝗔𝗢𝗖 stepping in as well. This is great work by Team 600. As 𝗠𝘀𝗁 wants to escape, he might just even be caught in the process. Yeah, no, not happening. At least brings that one through. And 𝗠𝘀𝗁, not being punished. 1 shot left, and so that operator still in the next round of it.
Needlessly so, trying to get the operator out of the hands of Frostwolf and out the hands of 𝗠𝘁𝗁, but the money is still going to be fine, even though they lost 2 rounds in a row. Team 600 start to build things up nicely and not using too much in the process now. Frostwolf have it all to do. 𝗧R is having a great game, but slowed down a little bit over the last couple of rounds at this point, but nobody else is really showing the same kind of form at this point. 𝗠𝘁𝗁 is saying doing okay, but it's really all that's happening. 𝗠𝘁𝗁 going to be pushing out of grass. See if he can get anybody, but the only enemy that he finds is going to be a Killjoy turret. Is 𝗧R going to be expecting this kind of push, where he has the Eldrun and Recon Bolt was used up? He hears the sound at least. He's going to be playing super close. Can get one before the Eldrun's going to give away his position. Is going to get traded out because of that. And Toy actually gets 2, breaking through onto the C site.
Spike planted.
And as First Love is finding a weird bit, it's Frostwolf who only are down 2-2. And I think once more with the weaponry in hand, a retake seems fairly impossible. So the save might be the best choice. At the same time, everybody of Team 600 already goes for the hunt. The cage on Frog would be still there. So I'm not quite sure if this is the move to go. At the same time, First Love with the flank closes it out. 3K from his side, and we're back in tied on Haven.
Things have not gone well, and now the money that was buffered up from Frostwolf's good start of Haven is now starting to dwindle just a little bit more. 1 more buy potentially coming through. 2 ultimates, but none that are really going to be able to make a play. Team 600 stacked up on money, stacked up on ults.
This is our home.
Started to come alive a lot more. Toy, a great entry to break onto the site. Their attacking half has been good so far. Now starting to pull ahead the momentum. The operator play from 𝗠𝘁𝗁 is going to be coming into a factor in this round at least.
It very much should be. It's almost clearing pretty much out of short, so it could be Team 600 having a quite ideal position and talking about it. Toy checks Weird Bill, and that's obviously an entry over to the A site that could pay off so well. Funny how he's trying to fake out A as much as possible. You see it right there. Cypher joins, and so C and B are fairly open. Seems like they have made their decision. The only thing holding them up would be a trap wire from Cypher, but while Insane makes his move, has no grenades. Funny that 𝗠𝘁𝗁 is back and immediately has quite good impact of holding back the guys.
Yeah, really good utility usage for Team 600 to break onto the site. A smart bait, and now even the lockdown has found its second showing so far in his half. It's created so much space, and there's so little that Frostwolf are able to do to shut this one down. 𝗧R has found a way around it at this point, but the post-plant positions for 600 are good, and 𝗏𝗢𝗋 punishes it even more, gets a 3rd. Just going to be L-Fog now. Nothing's granted at all. But he has multiple people trying to peek off of it, and this is much, much better from Team 600. And Frostwolf now, after a couple of rounds, are forced to save.
And as they are forced to save, I cannot really imagine they're much into that. They had a solid start of 4-1, and it looked like they might just drive back into it the way they like. But nope, not happening so far. And as that is the case, I'm not so sure if this is really going to be that defense they were looking for.
First Love finding an opening. It seems that Team 600 have been really good at getting these first bloods. Might be able to add on top of it by chasing up onto the Omen, but actually some great shots coming in from 𝗔𝗑𝗖 𝗠𝘀𝘀. Pull the advantage into their favour, and Insane could add on top of that too. It's a 3 versus 2. A couple of guns are going to be able to be picked up by the defense at this point. But First Love has been great so far in this round, adding to his tally more. We've got a very interesting 2 versus 2 lined up. You would imagine that Frostwolf were able to pick up some guns, and now this CXQ coming in. Lockdown is going to be worked on for 𝗔𝗎𝗓, but it's going to be a while before that even gets used. Difficult opportunity for Frostwolf, but an opportunity nonetheless.
And Team 600, I mean, the thing is, their defense, I'm not quite sure if they placed their actual ults in that position. He wasted for that. The most obvious position where someone could stand is where Omen is right now, and they did not use their ult for that. Still finds the frag. 𝗔𝗎𝗓 on the counter, and as he tries to bait him out, 𝗔𝗎𝗓 swings wide once and finds that kill.
It's all been Team 600 now that are 6-4. A buy is available for Frostwolf, and they have shown ability to make things close, but it's never close enough to complete out some of these rounds. That one especially was one that could have easily gone their way, but Team 600 were better prepared and seems to be playing Haven with a lot more coordination than Frostwolf have. More of a game plan from the Singaporean team. First Love is going to be first blood again, potentially, or could be first death, depending on how this fight goes against Kaizen. He's still there trying to get out, and I like the idea of having the Silver there just to support them with the peek from distance. Doesn't quite get the damage in, but a stalemate so far.
Shadows traveling.
And this Frostwolf is in a situation where their defense seems fairly sinister. Again, the kind of theory, at least from yesterday's matches, was that those teams mostly are more favorable when actually defending. And so for now, this round, or more likely this game, this half would be so pivotal for them. Team 600 at the same time, with the possibility to get that important 2-0 streak for themselves, or more likely the entry, pardon that. And as they find frags left, right, and center, the defense is weakened again. Omen down to 45, would still have his ult. Kaizen coming in from heaven, surely one of the winning conditions you have to take a look out for, but as now the drone has been destroyed, it's a clear sign where this man stands, and 𝗔𝗎𝗓 is trying to lurk around and find the players. Right-hand side would be not too unobvious, and 𝗔𝗎𝗓. I mean, with toy in combination, Kaizen has no chance to make anything work off of that.
Another round added in.
Last round in the half.
The last round of this half is going to be a last-ditch attempt for Frostwolf to avoid this going to an 8-4 side. Last 6 rounds have been all from the attacking team, and everybody seems to be showing up in the right way. Hunter's Fury and the Bladestorm are the ultimates on the attacking side, more so to work with on the defense, but 𝗔𝗎𝗓 and 𝗔𝗓𝗓 have found very little opportunity to use their ultimates and have been hanging on them for quite some time.
And this 8-4 would be, I would be genuinely surprised if that works that well. Because it's still a bit of a shocker that, you know, coming out, you know, after this match we had earlier, surely it has been pretty much disappointing either way. And as 𝗔𝗎𝗓 is looking to get a bit more info. Look who's passing. Oh no, this is disgusting. Double frag from Frostwolf.
Exactly
As one side has been left open, now it's time for an attack.
One player remaining. Flawless.
Just up to the killjoy, 𝗔𝗎𝗓 can't get anything done, and just as we end this half, Frostwolf
Switching
can
sides.
break the combo streak of Team 600. Now it's their turn to defend. Frostwolf They're gonna feel a bit hard done by considering they were 4-1 up and now it's 7-5 to Team 600. The time to attack is now, and I'm curious to see if we could see more of 𝗠𝘀𝘁 really, because he had some moments, but not enough to consistently be a threat for Team 600, where all of the players, as I've been mentioning, have been doing a lot of work. Specifically, Toy and First Love have been great, but long way to still go for both of these teams.
And I think this is the first 7-5 pop we have seen so far with us casting. Group C earlier and Group D. First of all, a very close one, to put it that way.
Here.
And as right now, 𝗧R and Coach trying to take a bit more information over towards C long. I think the drone has not really spotted out too much in that sense. And so they push. First, well, Frost will find the first, but 𝗧RPix moves back, and now they try to hold down the C side as much as possible. As the move comes, no chance, going in one by one. 𝗠𝘀𝘁's still there to make something work for them, but Team 600 have the man advantage and will remain strong.
Just as Frostwolf take a round at the end, Team 600 take another at the beginning. It's all them at this point, 3 rounds ahead. 𝗧RPix now tied up with kills against First Love. It's a similar story though for Frostwolf, where they have a player that's top fragging the MVP across the server, but their team still isn't winning. You gotta look at the supportive lineup of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has not had a good game so far. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has struggled to find impact. Now that the anchoring the sights on the defense, or we're anchoring the sights on the defense, goes to show how dominant these executes were from Team 600. They need to make use on the attack. 𝗧RPix caught out by a bit of a force buy, but he's going to be saving his money so he can get the operator on as soon as possible. And Frostwolf bundling their way onto the B site.
So,
One player remaining.
yeah, but I mean, the casualties are way too big. Oh, goodness. I mean, disaster strike, surely. I mean, they didn't have anything really to bring to the table, but Team 600. And the great thing about Team 600 in this case is really that everybody steps up in a way. They have one combined force of fragging. It's not anybody lacking really behind massively. Also, on the other side, you see 𝗏𝗏𝗏 really missing frags massively, and 𝗧R and Insane compensating for that.
Right here.
The game will start running away from Frostwolf if they don't start pulling some of these rounds together. It's a full buy, and Team 600 holding on to whatever guns they had in the last round. The A site full of Killjoy utility, but the Killjoy rotating away now that the Silver's found an aggressive spot to be holding from. Question is how's First Love going to be able to try and hold on to C with so many people peering down on him?
Yeah, and as you see right now, aggression's big. First Love tries to deny with his teammates, but oh, that is more and more common. Still big frags here from the Omen as 𝗧RPix, he hits A exactly at that point. He moves a single second. And that's the worst that can happen. He moves through, denies the first, left inside, still offers one. He could take his drone and definitely does so. Sova's on the left hand side. Spotted, but not attacked. Shock that does major damage, but not gonna work. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 bringing the 6th, but it was way too... Is he on 1 HP or something? Jesus Christ. As for now, it's looking quite sinister, quite dangerous for sure. It seems like oof, with frags like those, Frostwolf are still fighting for it. Part now is Team 600. My bad. Either way, they haven't taken much room. And talking about it, here comes the flank. Oh, the sidelines are never covered.
No more charges left.
I should get planted by 𝗏𝑆 at this point.
Spike
Meow.
planted.
Turret set up just to watch if anybody's gonna push him on an angle, but seeing if he can catch somebody out on the box to just his right hand side if in case somebody's planted at that spot. But gonna rotate their way around. The turret isn't going to necessarily help out all that much there, but 𝗏𝗢𝗄𝐻 has brought it in. It's just gonna be 𝗧 in a 1v3, but Toy again finds that clutch kill. The defuse coming in straightforwardly. 10-6 now to Team 600.
Cover going out.
Couldn't go any better for them. Really, they are on the streak to possibly make it out of the groups anytime soon. To continue playing that way. And afterwards, we just have 2 more maps. That's the thing, right? We have 2 more games to go after this. And those 2 games will decide who's going to make it. Todak, missing this one, having already 2 wins. And they will afterwards fight nobody else than Team 600. And then Team 600 with another chance against AAA.
Out of my way.
Flair, another great start.
Yikes.
Ooh, nice shot in the smoke for
Ooh.
𝗏𝗢𝗄𝐻 to take Weird Bill out of the server for now, at least. Looking to be flawless from Frostwolf. As Team 600 are getting ever closer to 13 rounds on Haven.
Sight.
Last 2 attackers are gonna go to A, but there's so much Killjoy utility to make their way across. It's all gonna find the information that they need, and whilst 𝗏𝗢𝗄𝐻 could find a kill, not much else was going to come from it. Nice play from 𝗏𝗏𝗄 to have that site shut down completely. And now we are not going to see Frostwolf have to eco yet, but they have to be conscious of the fact that if they buy now, and Team 600 still win the next round, Team 600 then go to match point, and they have very little money to try and bring that back. They have ultimates coming up,
And
sure. Insane will have the showstopper, but that's all.
And here's the clear tendency. Here's the really clear tendency for me of seeing that CT side, that defender side, really being more valuable for most of the team. Really, generally speaking, even if they have the strongest fraggers, it feels like they can just work better off that. And that obviously is fascinating to watch. Frostwolf already lost 1 player. Jet as well as Cypher are damaged and wounded. And going towards A side, a Killjoy even awaits them. So it couldn't go any worse.
Aldron is going to look around the corner and just see the turret. Kaizen could at least break in, and the worst possible opportunity for 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝐻 to try and go for the reload there.
Spike
I
planted.
know exactly where you are.
And as Frostwolf coming in with a man advantage, they know even where the defenders are all now coming from. No surprises for them. At the same time, Team 600 have someone with an ult. Talking about they swing wide into heaven. Kaizen has not the slightest idea what's happening, and here you go, but it's not enough. Obviously, you can't make it work with the new settings. The new changes are making it also worse. And 7-11, Frostwolf is back alive.
A much needed round for them to win. But they've only been able to get a couple at a time at this point. Money is still good for Team 600 to buy up. And most impressively, Frostwolf didn't have to use too many ultimates to try and take that one. It was just the neural theft that came in. Kaizen's Bladestorm used up recently, but not too far from getting another one if he can keep up that momentum. Better stuff from Frostwolf, but still a long way to go to make this close. Team 600 just need to keep their composure, keep their economy, and get a first couple of kills and they're good. And they can move forward.
Yeah, Team 600 talking about it. 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝐻 is really unlucky recently. I mean, this guy has at this game really not delivered anything to the table. Whilst Insane could still try to make something work with his ults. He's hoping to find rotation frags or the aggressors coming through. I think it's a matter of time until 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝐻's daring to do something, and that's not going to find anyone. Nice try with the dart, but Flair won't expect him. Same might go for Toy, who still would have his charge. As in the meantime, yeah, rotation punishment is coming. They know where Insane now stands. And so it's becoming a bit problematic. Oh, Flair can't take him midair. And First Love still waiting back in spawn. Could at least make it man equalized. Ain't happening.
All to do for 𝗔𝗢𝗖. Frostwolf now in the right kind of gear with the right kind of confidence to tell it wasn't a good one as 𝗔𝗢𝗖 gets an easy fragment to build.
Oh no.
Paint Shell is good to sort of force them out. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is closing the distance but doesn't spot 𝗧 behind him. Nice trade for him. This things could have been awful if that had gone otherwise. The fact that money is still good for Team 600 though is impressive.
Yeah.
The operator in the hands of First Love is was pretty decent on the attack, but not too much from the defense.
Right here.
It means that if Team 600 do win this round, Frostwolf have better money when it comes to playing on match point. First Love with the operator though does get that first kill onto 𝗔𝗠. So a bit more utility coming out as Frostwolf are wanting to push that direction. 𝗔𝗎𝗄 has a lot of great utility from the Killjoy into Garage that's going to give him a bit of notice on what's going on. The Paranoia misses onto 𝗧, but he doesn't miss onto Toy. And the lockdown is going to come through just to create a bit more space more than anything, but 𝗔𝗎𝗄 taking out Insane. Now 4 versus 3, a lot of space taken, and 𝗧 is also shut down in the server completely.
And one is detained. I mean, you can't be detained anymore. This is not a thing that should happen. And 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is forced away so deep. Half the fuse is in, and 𝗏𝗏𝗄 is gonna pull through. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 doesn't even stand a chance in that one. It has even been overrun. Worst of the worst that could happen. And with so much time left, Frostwolf get the defuse. A quick look, pardon, obviously Team 600 get it, and a quick look on the scoreboard tells us not too much money left, not too many opportunities for the side
No.
of Frostwolf.
And no ultimates either. That's the key thing.
Nope.
So they just got to try and hope that they can outplay the opponent at this point. First Love finding first blood with the operator, looking much stronger, is going to be playing across onto 𝗔𝗠 again. Frostwolf looking to sort of up the ante, pick up the pace when it comes to pushing towards A, but are they going to be expecting 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗄 around the corner? No, but Kaizen still wins that engagement, so A long control is now in hands of the attackers. The rotate coming in very quickly. Toy's there to try and help. Flash is coming through. They know that the Jet has made their way onto site, but he still can't hit those shots.
Finally down. Made it possible, and now the question is, do they know about the Omen? They should be aware that he's up in heaven. As Breach tries something more dangerous. It's clear. Mid is clear. Mid is clear to be somebody close. B side might be also attacked. I mean, taking a look at it right there. The spike has not made its final decision. And he's daring something. He's definitely trying to make that work. Quite nice blast charge, and it's brilliant. That hatch on an 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is still not bringing the final success. And there's Omen to the right-hand side. Toy is joining. One more remains, and that is Raze, who tries to make any move, but they're keeping on defusing. No ult, no blast charge, no specific thing that could really deny it, and the defuse comes through. Oh, wow, I mean, nice way to end it, but 8:30 minutes. Insane work. Insane work we've seen, and well, clear sign.
Yeah, I mean, like, it means that Frostwolf ended day 0 and 3. Their career or campaign in this tournament is over in the worst possible way, but a good luck from Team 600. Now the question is, are they likely to beat 𝗏𝗏𝗏, or are they likely to beat only one word? I wouldn't say so based on that performance. It was a bit too close for comfort, but they will be playing up against 𝗏𝗏𝗏 first, who are currently 2-0 up. Then it becomes down to, let's say, if 𝗏𝗏𝗏 win that, which they should do, we would be seeing Team 600 and only one word going into their final game with 1 win and 1 loss each, which whoever wins qualifies. So that should be a banger, but I don't think I saw enough from Team 600 there to really go, yeah, this is a team that looks like it should be qualifying. Certainly when we saw some really good results from 𝗠XX, especially today, and also just the absolute firepower that's on only one word. It's not the best day for them, but ultimately I don't think Team 600 is quite there to challenge them, but they had a really good result over 𝐹rostwolf, who ends the day and the tournament winless.
I think it should. I would be surprised if Team 600 perform better than Attack all around, but that's map dependent. I think we can take a look at the score and make sure that we get everything right, and can also talk a bit more about the frags and kills, everything that happened there at the moment. And here you see, I mean, even with the defeat, right? Czar and Insane has delivered an insanely good job. And then it's just, you know, if you are Cypher, I get it, but still, 6-16, that's not where you really want to be.
Not at all. It was just, especially when you're defending first, very little impact coming out of him, trying to sort of anchor onto the sites to play that role. It really didn't end that well. First Blood Award does go to Insane, who I wouldn't necessarily say had an insane series. It was very lukewarm in some cases, to be brutally honest, but it was a lot better than we saw throughout the sort of tournament. But at the end of the day, you've got the MVP and the top fragger on the losing side again. It was just that Team 600 had an overall better team performance. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 was great. Toy was exceptional with how he set up plays. And just the game plan for them was a lot more consistent and powerful than 𝐹rostwolf's.
Yeah, there you see where synergy comes in so much in play. I mean, even if Team 600 just right for one there, because, you know, everybody was maybe not having 30 bombs or something, but they were all solid, close to each other with the frags. That obviously works. That makes it all look so solid. And here you see again, I mean, 314 combat score, and Insane with a really insane amount of 6 opening kills. Very solid job by both players, but if not everybody's on the same level, it doesn't help if you have that insane play for once in a while. So as you see right here, that is going to be Team 600, as mentioned, eliminated. And a quick look into the groups and a quick look into Group D in a second will tell us what kind of options we have left. So 𝗠XX and Team 600, both very much in a situation where it's, well, a 2-1 for both of them possible. If obviously, apart from Team 600 with a 2-0 and 𝗠XX with a 2-1 maybe happening. Though I think Team 600 will lose an Attack all around, and Team 600 will be our decider match. But we're going to find that out very soon. We will head into a break. The AOC Masters are continuing in just a second, so we'll be right back.
Seconds left. One player remaining. One player remaining.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
And we're back live with nothing else than the AOC Masters. We bring you Team 600 versus Todak. And, well, after you saw Team 600 clutch out a fairly close victory over there on Haven against Frostwolf, who definitely not have been on par with anyone today, I still have this horrible memory of how Team Todak played, how they dismantled every single opponent over there on Ascent, which was not even originally their map. So I don't know if Team 600 will have a quite fairly easy time on that right now.
We were sort of like looking at it, I guess, going forward into thinking that Todak were, you know, a middle of the pack kind of team, but they had some dominant results going forward. And so, yeah, like, I make no mistake that this is like Todak's one to win, I suppose, finishing out the day with 3 wins and 0 losses. Team 600 did win up against Frostwolves. Both teams did that, but when you look at how Todak did it, much more dominantly, much more in control, never let anything slide at that point, you've got to say that they are the favorites going into this one.
Yeah, very good points, very valid points. I still think that from this point on, it has to be defined by the early momentum, and especially by the map, because Ascent, I think, worked so well for them because I'm not quite sure if their opponent even had any awareness of it. And when we take a look at Team 600 and their statistical point of view, Ascent has been, you know, played the most from the low sample size we have. Pardon, Bayern has been played one more, but either way, they have won 3 out of 5 matches on this map. And, you know, well, 3 of those came against, well, let's say no-namers, a loss against Kingsman, 9-13. I'm very much excited to see if this will be the easy one for them, the one where they can just drive through and say, you know what, we're the best one in the group by far. because this would then lead to Team 600 have one exciting final match against the guys from Attack All Around.
And I think if it's at this point, if you're Todak, you are going into it, I suppose, with the idea that you will be qualifying. So, like, being able to sort of finish strong and go into the playoffs 100% confirmed to be the top seed, it just makes your life so much more straightforward in the future. So that's certainly what they should be aiming for. I don't really think that they should be taking their foot off the pedal at this point, mostly because we aren't really sure how Team 600 are going to do across the other maps that aren't Haven. And for Todak, really, it's just to keep that consistency up, make sure that they play a strong game, and go into the playoffs in the best form as they possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can directly hop into our pre-match graphics. Let's hop over there and take a look at those lineups again, as we had them previous, and as you might have already figured out, Todak are the ones who are definitely coming in as a favorite, as Team 600 had a fairly interesting map, and it's Split that we are seeing. And well, we have seen Split already from Todak. We have seen how they dominated AAA. And quickly putting that into perspective with Team 600, the lads have played this map once, and legitimately once, against a team called 𝗔𝗢𝗖. And, well, what I can expect from 𝗔𝗢𝗖, I have not the slightest clue. But what I definitely know is that they're not that high in the, well, Southeast Asian scene. So I have a very bad feeling coming into this.
It's hard to say, really. Todak have played on here before, and their results are more middling than anything, but they are a team that, you know, seem to be consistent across all of them. I think their win earlier against Only One Word was the most appealing look for them, really, and Only One Word didn't really have an opportunity to come back into that game. So 600 are going to have a very difficult time with this. Todak going to be attacking first, but their attacking half on Split previously was pretty dominant, so again, not going to be easy for 600.
Very true indeed. From my perspective, I'm just looking to see how much they can gain that early momentum, because I think that's one of the most crucial things, and we see Todak running again with the Brimstone. Breach as well as Cypher, Sova, and Raze. Nothing too special here on the Todak sides. I mean, Brim is a little surprising, I have to say.
Worked out for them well previously. And you're certainly looking at Battle 2, that's going to be the one doing the majority of the damage at this point, but Todak attacking first, same composition that they ran last time. And everything else for Team 600 is the same as well, so it's the best that both these teams can provide. Let's see how they do in the final game for Todak of today, of the groups. And Team 600 having a little bit more to do.
I think a little bit more is, you know, just a small bit. Just a lot. A big bit they have to do. As Team 600 will have the advantage of starting on that defender side. We didn't see too much from Todak when we had a previous matchup with them on this map, as they were, you know, trying to see where attack all around can be actually eliminated on the attacker side, and they made that quite well. The attacker side of Todak themselves, yeah, got back and forth, but in the end they still won. We don't have too much to say about that one, so let's directly hop into it. Flair and Co. hold up Todak from possibly another win.
Play coming in onto mid, and it's a nice fault line that's going to make the life of the defenders difficult. And Toy forced to back out all of the way at this point. Mid control is in the hands of Todak for now, but Team 600 playing this map by playing it patiently.
And the patience, definitely a very valid factor as Toy eliminates the Doctor. It's Todak missing their breach for that attack. Could obviously become a problem. As 𝗔𝗢𝗖
Be faster.
Oh, actually, 𝗔𝗢𝗖, who had such a pivotal and crucial role previously, now has to already dive out the first round, but they're not done yet. Still, the B-side attack is coming in. Still, it is 𝗔𝗢𝗖, for example, waiting under heaven, but they swap sides, and 𝗔𝗢𝗖 back in ropes needs to do such a crucial job. Meow does so, moves
30
back into
seconds
heaven,
left.
and suddenly the frags are still coming in. It's still not enough, and FirstLof strikes them all down. What a crucial job that has been done by him. First round for Team 600. The defense shows its strength. And as you lose your breach early on, you obviously lose flashes, you lose the stun, you possibly lose a blast charge as well. And that obviously gives you a harder time, a more difficult time, a very uncomfortable time, which you most likely don't want to see when it comes down to that. So,
Placing swamp grenade.
as we've experienced some wonderful, wonderful gaming, as we've experienced some wonderful, wonderful Valorant, 𝗏𝗏 now, as the aggressor in their force, directly diving into A, the Killjoy abilities might really deal damage, and as I say so, not enough. Meow only finds 2, which sounds like it could have been a lot, but considering that this is more of an eco, the bump down is problematic.
planted.
Right there.
Cypher waits back in CT spawn. Sees his opponent being tagged up. And, 𝗔𝗢𝗖 staying close. You know, the cam can't always do it all. As I say so, they try to hunt down CT. And it's 𝗏𝗏 who's finding the last frag. Still a great, great round. The eco worked well. They pushed onto side. That's what you love. And for now, it seems for me very much like it has to be the round where the momentum has to be stopped. You know, the kind of success Team 600 have gained over the last few rounds surely should not get too much into the head of 𝗏𝗏. The double shock dart making a clear sign. You can't stand over on the left-hand side. And they take mid with a lot of utility. A lot of utility being grabbed. But at the same time, it could be ropes they're moving into. And Senna definitely does so. Killjoy would have her alarm bot ready over on that position. Now, obviously, that could pay off. Still, they stick to 3 players back on B, but the rotation over heaven comes in immediately. If they don't find early access and early success over on A ramp and A heaven, I'm somewhat worried that this might just all stall and become a little too slow. And here is already the flash coming in. 𝗏𝗏𝗖 finds the first, can't get the second. And they'll move through. They'll move through swiftly. Somebody actually done the process as well. Totally missed out on that. And 𝗏𝗏 therefore only down to 3 right on this map. And, you know, they're coming in. They're trying to see where they can find the spike, but no real chance. It's a doctor falling, and the team Cypher back in spawn is not even as useful as expected. 15 more seconds. Senna might try to take the spike. Does so, but can't
10
find the kill.
seconds left.
Pretty much leads to a run, round, done, and dusted.
Good start though for Team 600. Defending first, they are really making sure that they keep 𝗏𝗏 under check, and if they can maintain and build up this lead the majority of the time, then they're going to be able to sort of go on forward and maybe even sneak a win on this, which would very much change up the balance of how this has been going so far. Would be even more surprising than 𝗏𝗏's win over only 1 word, to be brutally honest. FirstLof having a great start so far. All Vandal still. Money hasn't been damaged at all at this point, but 𝗏𝗏 not going to have too much to work with for this round.
That's 𝗏𝗏 is trying to make an aggressive stance. can't see anything. I mean, they don't show themselves, right? That's the thing. But in ropes, again, they really enjoy that positioning, and I think it should be a clear thing right now for Team 600 that ropes is a position that can be used so well. But again, Toy with the entry.
Alarm bot down.
Yeah, I was waiting around the corner. Does predict 𝗏𝗏 to be coming up at some point. Yeah, I was doing his best to clear up and manages to do that. 4-0 now. And 𝗏𝗏, with their little bit of a buy-up previously, means that they can afford for this round, even though they had like Spectres on the board. Full loss bonus for them. Now ultimates are starting to be good, but mostly coming online for the defenders as well, so their advantage continues.
You don't want that negative spiral to continue, actually.
Here.
The thing that I found so unfortunate that we have seen 𝗏𝗏 mainly try that mid attack over ropes, which then at the same time is so slow. Don't get me wrong, you know, a slow pace setup can be very viable and useful, sure thing. At the same time, your opponents expect too much, and you know, as 𝗏𝗁 now can put out her swarm grenade, she is hypothetically under so much pressure. Great 2 shock darts! But she has to die in the process, finally eliminated. And this has been done so well, but at the same time, Toy knows how to abuse his ult. Still, nobody of his teammates help, and I think that is a big problem right here, as though Jett has to move away. She's low, and as she is so low on HP, finally, there it comes. Took a while.
It did, but it was earned in the end. And very little needed. Like, no ultimates were up, and in fact, Senna and the Doctor are very close to having their ultimates, which would mean that all of 𝗏𝗏 are good to go with every single ultimate that they have available. And Team 600's money is still going to be fine for now, but the fact that so many of these rounds were close means that if they lose this, 𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, First Love, who only have a couple hundred credits now at this point, would be forced to save. So whilst the lead has been built by Team 600, the fact that 𝗏𝗏 have been making these rounds close means it's still within their grasp to break the economy and keep their money.
As Spike has been once more dropped in the damp sewers.
Too late.
Finally, there comes punishment for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. It was about time as they equal it up. The first round has been fine by 𝗏𝗏, and more to come would be ideal on this very defense-sided map. And here you see he's making himself ready. Here you see he's making himself all ideal, but Senna just jumps down. He ignores it. Doesn't change the matter of fact that his teammates are falling, and Flair is joining the party. Oh, big types of issue. No real advantage you can see, and 𝗏𝗏, I mean, he had used his ult. Considers to go CT, but his tripwire is destroyed. No chance.
Perfect response from Team 600, considering that they just lost that other round. They wanted to keep their eco safe, and they managed to do that. Just a neural theft used on 𝗏𝗏's attacking side, but the money issue for them has become apparent. They're forced to save. Team 600 on round number 7 could be 6-1 up.
Okay.
And as you see, I mean, this 5-1, it clearly comes down to the momentum of that CT side, of that defender side again. And obviously, they have that momentum. This time, 3 players towards A by default. Breach has left that position. Ah, and Flair is fully blind. Brilliant execute over B main. That very narrow position that is such a choke point from time to time. And as First Love made his move in there, he and his teammate could have a chance to get them in the after plant. And as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 just ends one of their opponents live, First Love joins, who's still in a man equalized position. Lockdown has been destroyed. Still, it doesn't change the matter of fact that the Doctor is ready for it, and everybody's holding it down. They know Heaven and 𝗔𝗢 are the only really vulnerable positions. It's so Senna has to swing wide with one of his teammates, but he's not moving out. They check into positions. Senna falls as well, and this means B main is the only one to check. The retake is astonishingly good.
And they're adding on to it. 𝗏𝗏, considering the money situation, made it far too close for Team 600 to deal with, but there's clearly one team sort of winning out here. Toy, yet again, having a great game, 10-3. They are starting to bleed out some of the ultimates from 𝗏𝗏 too, having 5 of them now, only left with 1. Orbital Strike, Hunter's Fury, all being used up. Now we're getting fairly close to the end of this half. And Team 600 will go into half-time at least, even on score in a worst-case scenario if 𝗏𝗏 win these last 5 rounds, but we're intended on increasing their advantage even more. The Rolling Thunder and Bladestorm is available on the defense, and Flair gets up first kill onto a 𝗏𝗏. This is very good from Team 600.
It is extremely solid from Team 600 indeed. And as First Love moves away.
Placing swarm grenade. Killed my bot. Swarm grenade out.
And so they all move on the side. Surely, I mean, this is a slight advantage there because that spike should go down. Yep, definitely does. Know about a player back in defender spawn. But Team 600 get all their forces, including a breach ult, which should dismantle everybody working on the sides. It's very interesting to see what Sova is going to do about it, because yep, all those ults are coming in. That's major damage. That's major damage. Subby can't do much. Only one race remaining. 𝗏𝗏 tries 8 points of health, but he gets taken out mid-air. So the 7th is granted. The retakes are really impressive.
They're doing a really good job at just letting 𝗏𝗏 try and play aggressively onto the site. Taking less damage there, getting out the showstopper on the attack. 𝗏𝗏 look completely lost when it comes to these kind of plays. They're really struggling to get anything done. 𝗏𝗏 has been very quiet. Even 7 frags, top fragging for his team. It's not enough to make anything happen, so Team 600 are absolutely running riot right now. Their money is so decent, and another buy is going to be coming through from 𝗏𝗏. But the reality is if they don't win this, we could be going into half-time like 9-3, 10-2, even 11-1. It's very risky.
Blocking sight.
And as you see right there, 𝗏𝗏 finally finding an entry, but punishment. Oh no, this can't be happening. Finally, Flair, I was a little afraid that he would choke on that, but you see they tried to immediately hunt over there on the arm of B main. Taking Heaven at the same time, and 𝗏𝗀𝗁 has awareness. Somebody's close Heaven. Ropes are open. First Love is really an uncomfortable spot though. Oh no.
Miao finds his dinner though. 𝗏𝗏 runs straight into him. First Love,
They got all the
operator
information.
in hand. Yeah, they've got a good amount to work with, and they haven't cleared up First Love. They still don't know that he's still on the site. He does get traded out, so the operator is down for now, but it's a 2 versus 3. Miao isn't afraid to take that engagement with the 𝗏𝗏. The spike still hasn't been planted yet, but Senna picking up the operator.
Oh no, oh no.
He's going to try and peek Mom. Misses that shot onto Toy. And he
No
cleans
way.
up nicely when the flash connects onto Senna. It's getting almost embarrassing now from 𝗏𝗏, who haven't lost so far today, but Team 600 looking to deal that loss to them.
No way. I'm really in shock considering that this one operator shot could have changed a good bit of the outcome.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
8-1, and again, 𝗏𝗏's economy is absolutely destroyed, as those guys hardly have any big dollar bills left in their bank accounts, and more to come. 𝗏𝗏 moves back, brilliant movement, entry granted, and he's hungry for more. Gets the triple, as the quad might just come in, but Doctor denies. Still, excellent scenario.
Ooh, Doctor gets 2. They're going to sort of back out. They're leaving the Silver in mid, though. He's low health and he has the spike in hand. There isn't too much that they can do in this scenario. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 is left out to dry, but the doctor can only do so much to help him. 𝗠𝘀, good to look out for some more information at this point. But the tempo slowed right down because of the state that 𝗠𝘀𝘅 is currently in. Still going to be looking to go B, but Team 600 looking to face him.
Yep, still, there's information. There's all the valuable info you need. Coming in with more flashbang, swinging wide against low HP opponents. You can dare to do it. And as they dare to, somewhere around 10 or 15, the final player stands.
30 seconds left.
Sinister times, actually, for 𝗠𝘀𝘅. Really, as they don't take down Flare like that, which is fairly impressive. With 20 seconds left on the clock, you gotta execute. And definitely, it's not coming over heaven.
The turret's going to kill him.
𝗠𝘀𝘁 would be a... Yeah, must do so. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah, this must really hurt. I mean... From all the way, you can be killed. From all the way, this is happening.
It's funny seeing 𝗠𝘀𝘅 being the one dealing that kind of fight. And just a replay of how 𝗏𝗢𝗄 was able to get so much done. To be fair, it was up against pistols. They all lined up nicely for him. And the final buy, the final opportunity really, if you're 𝗠𝘅𝘅. Second last round of this half, but he really needs to sort of get stuff on the board now. The attack is defaulting across mid. 𝗏𝗢𝗄 is pushing, and I think the Aldrin has spotted them. But they managed to get out, take away from that fight. 𝗏𝗏𝗄
I know
is
exactly.
going down on B Maiden, and the Neural Theft is going to show exactly where these attackers are going to be.
For now, 𝗏𝗢𝗄 and 𝗀. In a situation where it's not going to be that easy. I mean, smoke's landing, 𝗠𝘀 is coming in. That's actually a good blast. But here you have all the info. You have all the info, and now he just waits to make the concussion work.
Spike
I mean,
planted.
Plant's going to be down anyway. This could be once more round. Because 𝗠𝘀𝘅 also have their ult. Big mistake. Coming in from first love. Still Meow and 𝗀 have a bit of valid information. Backside, number 1. Also back in spawn, number 2. But 𝗏𝗢𝗄𝗄 could have made the difference. Can't do so. They still need to do something. And as 𝗠𝘀 remains all on his own, the lockdown has been destroyed. He can find 2, but oh, still makes it close as hell.
Last round before the half.
How did we get to this point? 𝗠𝘅𝘅 at least able to get their second round on the board, but when it comes to the money for Team 600, they're set. They've been set for quite some time. Flare wanted to try and push up to get some stuff done on B main. He's been consistent there, and the Aldrin is going to give up their position. In fact, the Hunter's Fury is going to connect on top of him. Is it going to necessarily confirm the kill, as it's only the first shot that hits the contact? 𝗠𝘅𝘅, one of the 2 ultimates that he started around with has been used up and not found too much. Senna has the orbital strike at least. And with the A hit, you would imagine that they're going to be throwing it onto heaven.
Shadows traveling.
And as first love is in a position where he could just very much easily find frags. It's definitely Cypher blind, but no! The easy frag is not being granted. He whiffs all his shots. And Team 600, they could give away their double-digit advantage. Would be a bit shocking, I gotta be honest with you, but on the other hand, it's not done yet. As they try to get any information, they definitely know Underheaven is one. 𝗠𝘀𝘅's coming in with the flash, as Denials, well, brutal. Oh, great work from Brimstone. As only once more toy is standing, the Doctor knows how to deny it.
Switching sides.
Not a bad round, or end of the round at half even for Todak. Still a long way to climb, but the good news is they get to defend now on split. Team 600 don't really need to get much more done in order to sort of finish out this map, but I think the Todak might struggle on the defense, might be over-exaggerating how badly things are going for them. It is a pistol, Team 600 could still benefit from winning just to clear up on some of these less expensive rounds. Keep that momentum in their favor. But I could definitely see Todak coming back and making this close. We've seen similar maps like that on split previously this tournament. So maybe this will add to the tally. Nice flash coming in from the defended breach of the Doctor, but doesn't quite know how many people are going to be coming up this way.
And as now Jawpix is trying to make through. Doctor is ready to get that defense rolling. The Doctor with another one coming in. That double flashbang only brings him one. Meow is already on the side, and they trade left, right, and center, but coming out with an advantage. Team 600 get that spike down, and seems like with a nade like this, it's back into course. Doesn't change the matter of fact that this spike has hit the ground, and one single man stays alive. That is a poor, poor Omen who needs to run away with just hardly any points of health left. Saving the weapon. Still, big damage dealt, close enough.
At least Team 600 got the spike planted, but Todak very much needed to win that pistol to keep them in this game at this point. No buy-up, no force from Team 600. They're happy with the rounds that they have already. They don't want to try and gamble for any more. And Todak, much stronger defense, good use of utility for the retake, and they can keep that up. Suddenly being 9-1 down might be able to make a bit of a redemption arc. And Flair's positioning is going to be given up instantly, but he's the only one that has on the defense. Baltu, with the paint shell lineup, is going to cause hell to rain, and it does get quite a lot of damage done, but nothing lethal just yet. He has taken the space and is now on an aggressive angle, which has forced away Team 600 to play somewhere else at this point.
I mean, the question is if they're gonna really let it slide away that fast, because I somewhat doubt it. Shoots the cage and suddenly it's up. Finally, it's gone. Good for him, but Todak should have somewhat of an awareness that A side will be fairly clear. Breach is moving already away back into spawn. There's Cam spotted one of them. At 50 seconds would still allow a rotation.
They're going to find their way onto Jawpix. Love does trade him out though, so it's still a 4 versus 4. A good minute or so has passed in this round at this point, so there's not much time for Team 600 to work with. It's a nice molly just to deny space, and they know that the Brimstone is going to be on that corner. It's a nice aftershock to flush him out, but doesn't quite get the kill. They need to clear the Cypher off site if they want to try and get to B though.
And that's set up right here. Tries his best. It's Team 600. Who deal major damage again. It's really shocking to that degree that the first buy round could determine the process and the continuation of this game. Again, what's very interesting to see, it's this time both parties really having somewhat equal frags. I mean, Team 600 do it a bit better than Todak. 13, 12, and 8. But other than that, this round really could determine the process of this game. It's 3 more rounds, pardon, 4 more for Team 600. And if they deny Todak right now, their economy is also not looking that solid.
There's full buy from Todak. As Team 600 have upgraded their weapons. Todak holding on to what they had previous, even. And currently sat very far back, are willing on the defense to give up a lot of space, certainly when it comes to A control. A ramp and A heaven is available for Team 600 if they push in that direction, but it is only the Cypher at this point that's gone up there. Mid is going to be the area of contention from the attackers, and Brimstone Center has done a really good job at keeping hold of this ground, this nice off angle. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is expecting the fight, but the Molly is now going to come through to deny them that space. It's really good use of utility from 𝗏𝗏 to keep things under control.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if this is really where they want to go from this. I genuinely don't think they should execute at that point because the rotation is so massive. In 39 seconds, they committed, but they have not taken any room, really. This is the big issue. As I say that, though, first love finds 𝗏𝗏, but in the process, 2 other ones have been eliminated. The spike also public and open. Team 600 struggle on finding success. And poor 𝗏𝗢𝗖 all on his own. Can't do much about it. I think this was really the wrong call. Generally speaking, I don't understand how in God's name you can when you are seeing so many abilities being used towards you from that position, abort is the only logical thing for me.
And now Team 600 forced to save again. We're seeing a very similar thing start to come to pass. And suddenly this big lead, it's been 5 rounds since Team 600 were on their streak. From 9-1 to 9-6, 𝗏𝗏 are back in it, and it's another save coming out of Team 600 on this attack. 𝗏𝗏 started off in a terrible way, but managed to bring this back to even, and they get these first couple of kills too. Should conclude this round at least.
My God. Yeah, I mean, the round really didn't bring any opportunities. Considering they only taken down 2 is not too bad, actually.
Right here.
And as for now,
Stim beacon down.
Breach and Co, more likely only Breach, will try his best. He moves away and could sneak actually into sewers. Does he dare to find a frag? Oh, this is a nice job actually. Still gets 1. And that's how you can keep the economy low.
Yeah, Team 600 did a good job of keeping that costly. The issue is now is that 𝗏𝗏 are only 2 rounds behind. Done a very good job in just keeping things up to par. Like, they started this round perfectly. This would be round number 5 if they could conclude it, but now money yet again going to be good enough for Team 600 to put a bye together. Ultimates 2, 𝗏𝗏 is close to a rolling thunder, 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is close to a lockdown. And 3 ultimates available for the defenders ready and waiting. The way that 𝗏𝗏 have been playing these early rounds has been great. val2 misses the first shot to the operator. Does he expect the Killjoy to have made their way past? No, maybe not, but the alarm bot might.
A 9-7 here. It is 𝗏𝗏 who get on the right track. But at the same time, that has been hurt 100%. Now it's got to go swift. Now it's got to go fast. CT clear, at least for the moment. As though Brimstone ult is so good. Still, 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 find frags and leave the A side clear. Double digits might come their way, but we saw rounds being so crazy. First Love just made it through with his ult, also useful in the process. And the nade. Buying time, but is it also buying the rounds?
Spike planted.
val2 hasn't felt too much with this operator so far in this round, but that's an inkling of where the Cypher is, but gets timing, didn't. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 reaps the opportunity benefits as well as they possibly can. They've actually got Senin out on lockdown on this Brimstone. He's not going to be able to escape.
There he goes.
And a much needed round for Team 600. Things were starting to go the way of 𝗏𝗏 yet again, but it's not really going to break too much. The economy of 𝗏𝗏 is still fine for now because of some of the other previous rounds where Team 600 were able to get some damage onto 𝗏𝗏. Means that it's not completely too far away that they can't punish it even more. The operator is going to be available for val2 again, but half armor for some players. Money isn't good, and a save would come out of 𝗏𝗏 if Team 600 can win this round.
And as you see there, 𝗏𝗏 You know, the counter frag in there on ramp is really impressive because it leads to the opponents making their move over to A. They're not so certain if this is the right call. At the same time, 𝗠𝘀𝘁 just waits for her ult. And
You should run.
I mean, they don't have the read we have, obviously, but this is now a clear sign that it's going over to B. And, well, 5 more seconds. Backside is the big issue, I would say, but for the moment, they can make the move. That bomb will go down. And 𝗓𝗏𝗄 has to make a move now. He's out, but would have a showstopper. Brilliant move. This is all working so well for now. Oh, it is Team 600 falling, collapsing, and what a use of utility there.
I got the spike.
That denied it again and again and again. Delayed it again and again and again. As only 𝗠𝗈 has a good chance. Definitely proven himself in the past. Few nice
30
frags he
seconds
found
left.
in earlier games than this one for sure. Tries to fake it once. Baits out utility. Flashbang could come in, but he sneaks. And tries a different position. Definitely coming close. And
Spike
nobody's out
planted.
yet. If he moves away, that would be fascinating, but no chance. Here comes number 8.
Closest game that we've had so far, it seems. See if they can find maybe 𝗠𝘀𝗁's operator before they decide to stick the defuse. But they are quite sure where it is, so they're just going to leave it be for now. So that instant response from Team 600, who were able to sort of break the streak that 𝗠𝘀𝗏 was on, but it's just starting up all over again. And luckily money is just good enough for 𝗠𝘀𝗏 to do something with. Team 600 still able to buy up. It's becoming costly now for both sides as these rounds have started to trade, and now that the ultimates are starting to come through on a nice rotation, 𝗠𝘀𝗏 are going to have a lot more to work with. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 from 𝗏𝗢𝗋 is out, and he's not afraid to push very aggressively. Brimstone might not expect him. It's a nice updraft to get over it. This gets used up and they're trying to push in, and Senna gets the kill, but gets traded out by Toy at least.
Yeah, that's something to work with. That's definitely beneficial to some degree, but at the same time, they abort this time around. They say, this is a little too dangerous and too crazy for us. Toy makes an aggressive move upwards. First tripwire spot him. He's really just holding W down. He's not interested in stopping any second soon, but Cypher's already to his left. Same goes for Sova. He's making so much noise. He's really annoying them. Finding such a frag once more. Puts them on the back foot here, 𝗠𝘀𝗏.
Flash is coming through to yet again try and play for heaven control, but it's all into 𝗠𝘀𝗏. 𝗠𝗈 though,
I got the spike.
sprays them both down at the same time. It's suddenly now 1 versus 1.
Swarm grenade.
𝗠𝘀 is over on the A site. 𝗠𝗈 just wants to make sure that the area
30
closest to
seconds
them
left.
is
Spike planted.
not going to be holding on to 𝗠𝘀, who is going to change up the operator for a Vandal in this kind of clutch. Just to try and locate where the killjoy is going to be.
Okay.
Unless they try to make that one work right here. Taking a long way around. Spike has been planted and time is ticking. There would be still an alarm bar, pardon, a turret. Bring down. And now get clear information. Could move around. Alarm bot has been triggered. And he's faking it. He's faking it. And he can deny it. Ah. 𝗠𝗈 so close to success. And I think it's gonna be enough just by milliseconds. Yep. Less than 1 to be accurate. 𝗠𝘀𝗏 coming into a position where a tie might be immediate.
Yeah, you often fancy 𝗠𝘀 in those kind of scenarios. Just so much clutch ability. 𝗠𝗈 had the right idea. I like the use of the alarm bot in that position, but ultimately just could have waited a couple of seconds longer and that round would have gone to them. Last 2 have been defuses on the side of 𝗠𝘀𝗏, who look very good on the post-plant retakes. 𝗠𝘀 is now running on fumes when it comes to money, but he's still getting an operator for each time. 𝗑𝒄 coming out onto Team 600, whose money is certainly not going to be looking good right now.
And as we see, 𝗔𝗢𝗋𝗄 getting the plant down again. It is Team 600 entering, but it's 𝗠𝘀𝗖 to deny as he wants the final frag. Ace, Knight, still no real chance. Good damage, either way. And Team 600 have to accept that is double digits for the opponent. Not too much to work with at this point in time, and again, this is the momentum kind of type we talked about.
It's the swing of split, unfortunately, for both sides. Team 600 only able to get 1 round out of 8 on this attacking half for them. Somebody played well using the information from his recon data to get the spray in. You're just having a rough idea where people are going to be playing from, knowing that this peak was going to come in from 𝗔𝗎𝗄. Very good stuff. Unfortunate to not get the ace, but similar play for 𝗏𝗏, who misses that first operator shot. He's considering using that utility, but Breach is going to help him out a little bit. Even Rolling Thunder could be set up just to see what they could do, but right now it's worth waiting for Team 600 to make more of a play, because right now they've not dedicated to much at all.
And as 𝗠𝘀𝗖 just holds his angle. B main is the main aggression point for now, and 𝗔𝗂𝗏𝗏 far away from the pack. Yeah, does the fake as expected, but they're not falling for it once. They push CT. I'm taking that back, but by now, yeah. All that ult was worthless. They're pushing through. B side is gonna be under attack, and so far only Jett made it through the Knight. As the Doctor though falls, nothing really left for the defense. As I say, the individuals make it work. Omen spotted. 11 to 10 should be happening. First Love got everything. He got 100 points of health, 50 for armor. And to his right-hand side, somebody will pop up. I'm not quite sure if that's really the move you want to do at that point. Still doesn't dare. Taking it back. As the cam has been planted, another piece of information. A smoke he could try to use, but he can't even run on the other side. He has no ult. Nothing that really grants him anything. And like this, you ended. I cannot believe it.
He's now styling on people. Such a quiet start for him in the first half. Now almost overtaking Toy when it comes to total frags. Confident play. And now Team 600 for the first time in a long time are now on the losing side. And the likeliness that Todak can beat them to the post is pretty exceptional at this point now.
Let's have some fun.
8 rounds out of 9 for Todak's defending half. It's been unbreakable so far, and Team 600, whilst they have ultimates and a bit of money, are now starting to look like they're running on fumes. Struggling to get much done on all.
Here comes the drone. And there comes the ult. Oh no. It's going to be interesting to see if he's going to find anything off of it. Nope, not happening. And not even one bit of damage dealt. Quite surprising if you ask me. In the meantime, they play a triple setup over and B1 on Heaven, 1 under, and 1 backside. I mean, the flashbang can be so crucial to deny first exits, or more likely first entrances towards Heaven, and 3 players are right now denying you to come out of it. So first flashbang dropped. Second one coming in next. The molly, first of all, denying at least the rest of the pack some access, but oh, he moves, and Jar picks. He rather does not go for any further duels, and here comes the ult again. It is Todak, Might struggling massively, pushes through. My goodness, 𝗔𝗂𝗏𝗏 just holds W. And that is absolute disaster once more for Team 600.
30 seconds left.
Now, if you're the Jett here, you have to try and find a way out. Jarpix stuck in between. The camera's going to be the thing that tags them out and gets their information. 𝗔𝗂𝗏 not going to quite peek off of them just yet, but they've located the Jett. There's very little that they can really do in this. It's just take some of these fights, take the engagement. Somebody can trade out 𝗔𝗂𝗏. A match point for Todak. Again, 9-1 to 10-12. Todak really the freight train running on through. Team 600's money is not good. They still have ultimates to work with, but Todak are looking so much better on this defense.
1 round, right? Single round for Team 600. on the aggressor side. And 𝗏𝗏, who, you know, was so solid against the side of AAA, started off weak and started off in a fashion that you wouldn't believe they can actually be in, and suddenly they come in with strength. Big mistake maybe from 𝗏𝗏, but his nade is about to pop down, so only real position to take could be ropes, and that is the case.
They're not rotating around just yet, though. Quite happy to play the retake. The Rolling Thunder is going to be used, and it is going to catch onto the Sova, but they're in a defender spawn, so they're pretty safe. 𝗏𝗏, however, gets caught out in screens. Toy doesn't quite spot the play as it's coming through, but the Doctor is able to catch onto Flare. Now it's just these 4 defenders trying to clear the site. First Blood is the first to go down out of these post-plant attackers. The orbital strike is going to clear some space, and it actually catches out multiple people in the process. 𝗏𝗏, from only having 1 round out of 10 early on in the game, are going to pull this back to 13-10. Team 600 had the opportunity to get a surprise win, but it wasn't enough. 𝗏𝗏 ended the day 3-0.
Yeah, insane work by 𝗏𝗏. Didn't really have them right here on my sheet to be the team to advance that massively. Still, which now leads us to a final question, and that will be Team 600 or attack all around, because that's what we're definitely going to find out afterwards. But first of all, we're obviously sticking to our game. It is the fascinating part for me personally how well they were able to bounce back after a sinister and horrible time during the first half. 9-3 it ended for Team 600, and ever since they didn't bounce back one single bit.
No, it was really difficult for them to get stuff done on the attacking half, which is split. It's to be expected, but really we just saw a lot more from 𝗏𝗏 of what we've seen throughout today, at least. For only one word versus Team 600, I still fancy only one word to take it. It does really depend on the map, to be fair. Like, I think split seems to be much more favored to how Team 600 want to play it, and I think 13-10 loss to them, to 𝗏𝗏 even, it is a pretty good achievement in its own right, considering how much they've been dominating over the other teams within this group. But we can have a look at the stats and see just how much damage 𝗏𝗏 was able to do on the Raze. He started off super slowly, but ended up sort of top fragging across the server. But MVP goes to Toy, who had a great game. But at least when it comes to the results that 𝗏𝗏 can get, he had 5 first blood, so he'll be leaving with that.
I mean, 𝗏𝗏, in a situation where you just saw them struggling in the first one, and again, the frags are fairly close by each other. Only one really driving away is 𝗏𝗏, but we already saw this previous, especially on Ascent. The man has confidence that you cannot replicate. Toy, on the other hand, really building a massive streak with his assists, 10 overall. Well, Senna and the Doctor were the only 2 that beat him. Apart, and 𝗏𝗏 as well beat them in that. The rest of the team not really making too much work off of it. And obviously, very, very sad scenario. Very, very sad scenario, especially also for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who couldn't bring too much to the table. Here we see the both stats again. Entry fragger number 1. Yeah, that's 𝗏𝗏𝗏. 5 kills found.
You got to feel bad for some of these players for Team 600, Toy especially. You can look at 𝗏𝗏 as well on the Killjoy, that had a great game. Is happy to see that agent being enabled after some tinkering went on to make sure that she couldn't be exploited. And a disappointing loss if you're Team 600 to have such a dominant lead and to let it slide in that fashion has to break the confidence. But they have to reset. They've got to mentally prepare themselves for what's coming up, because they can still qualify over only one word. Both Team 600 and OOW, attack all round even, will have 1 win and 1 loss, as you're seeing. Currently, as it stands, Team 600 would go through a map differential, but because it comes down to this matchup between the 2 teams, it does mean that one will clearly be going home and the other will be qualifying as the 2nd place seed in Group D.
Yeah, very much true. And who it's going to be, we're going to find out in our final match in just a few minutes. We'll be back with you for the Group D of the AOC Masters, so get yourself ready. We'll just be right back.
30 seconds left. One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
We saved the best for last. And as we saved the best for last, it is attack all around, fighting against Team 600. Crucial game and very pivotal game due to the fact that both teams are right now on 1 win, which means whoever's coming out victorious here will also advance into the final stage of the AOC Masters, brought to you by AOC. And you know, I'm not so certain, Ryan. I'm not so sure what to expect from this game, because Attack All Around delivered an alright first match. Todak has been eliminating everyone massively, and Team 600, only FrostWolf they have beaten so far.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a close game against Todak, a lot closer than the game that we saw from Attack All Around, right? So, like, there's an opportunity there for them to do quite a good amount of stuff. But again, it really comes down to what map we're going to be getting in this best of one. It is randomly generated. There won't be any icebox and no ability to play Sky either for these teams. Killjoy was disabled, but now re-enabled now that she's working as intended. So that's good news for Team 600, who 𝗔𝗎𝗄 has been one of the few players to sort of pick her up on every single map that they've played at this point, and done a decent amount with her too. So there are a couple of win conditions and opportunities for Team 600 to use going into this match. Only one word, and Immortal. They bleed. They've had a lot of disappointing results, especially their loss against Todak. If we go to split, it might be a great opportunity for Team 600, but for the other three maps in the map pool, it could be a very different story.
Yeah, the good thing for Team 600 for me personally was that they didn't have one standout player, which first of all sounds maybe a little confusing, but this means they don't need to only rely on one single force. I think that is something you really want to try to eliminate when you go against a different variety of teams. WannaFly obviously has done an exceptional job against FrostWolf. I would say definitely this individual's jet style that worked so well on Bind. We're going to take a look at the insights we have and at obviously the teams we are about to see. Bouncing over to that graphic, it is Attack All Around with actually the only female IGL I think we have in the scene from a male mixed team, obviously.
And had some really good results and good impact with the breach too. So individually, certainly keeping up and even leading the pack when it comes to Attack All Around today in this group. For Team 600, you really want to be keeping an eye on 𝗔𝗢𝗖. He's had bright moments on the jet, but mostly it's been Toy and 𝗔𝗎𝗄 trying to bail out the team from a lot of precarious positions. Attack All Around, you definitely want to be keeping an eye on WannaFly. He's been having a great series so far, but to be honest, when you get to the level of Attack All Around, all of those players can individually pop off. Haven is going to be the map. A map that Team 600 did beat FrostWolf on, so that's a good sign, a good indication. But Attack All Around's map progress on Haven is, again, also very decent. Like, they are a team that is very accustomed to this, and because they've been playing together a long time and Haven's been in the map pool for such a long time, you would imagine they're going to feel very comfortable here going forward.
Right. I couldn't agree more on that. Still, I think it was not teams. One thing I remember Team 600 do very much, especially in the defender side, is trying to take the open rooms as defender. You very much saw them trying to really abuse this kind of positions that have been left open by the attackers. But obviously, as they start with going for the sites, let's take a look what we got. Killjoy, Omen, Cypher. There we go. They fooled around with us. Not so certain who they're going to pick. Toy on Breach, obviously, I think a go-to, over especially on this map. Ginny deciding to go for Breach as well, and so to remain. I think Jet and Breach should be the last one we're seeing here.
For Toy, definitely. Everything else is fairly standard. Both these teams haven't changed up what they play at all, as far as I know, or as far as I can remember. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 again going to be in the jet duel off against WannaFly. The only difference between the two teams is going to be the choice of Sentinel. 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗓 on the Cypher, 𝗔𝗎𝗄 on the Killjoy. It is going to be Team 600 attacking first. Both these teams an opportunity to qualify for the main playoffs and a chunk of that prize pool of $15,000. It's a good match to end the day on.
For now, Team 600 in a position where their attacker side needs to be pretty much going by the book. Attack all around. You know, as you said, feel quite alright on Haven. Not too crazy, but I mean, not too bad, obviously. Against 𝗔𝗎𝗖, they had a problem earlier, just yesterday, where they lost 6-13. Maybe 𝗔𝗎𝗖, though, a bit of a different caliber, I would say. And so we got to see how strong their defense is gonna work. Statistically speaking, they're a slightly bit better on attack, but we're gonna find out right now.
Revealing area.
Team 600 pushing towards A, and Garrett's camera has been taken down, so he's going to be playing off of this angle. And A shot pressure is going to come in, probably breaking this tripwire if they can, but no, they end up missing it. Ginny takes out the L drone. So reset from Team 600. The bait has worked. Even killing the tripwire is going to keep 3 players over in that direction, but the spike is making its way towards C. There's no real garage presence other than Glooms that's sat in behind on C-Link, so an opening for Team 600 to take multiple areas of the map, but they are funneling their way down into C-Long.
Oof, and I mean, ouch. That's beautiful usage of attacks all around. Sova. Aztecs tried to make it work with his teammate, but suddenly it's a man equalized scenario. 𝗠𝒔𝒕 not spotted and gets the triple as deserved. Jet brings it home, and 𝗠𝒔𝒕 gives them the slight advantage and the 1-0.
So important for attack all around to be going into this, to be getting a great start, to be able to pull a couple of rounds, to make sure that Team 600 can't really build a lead and get any confidence. They start off on the right foot. Nice play from 𝗠𝒔𝒕 just to keep an eye on that angle, but good utility on the... What was it even a post plan? It was just facing the execution from Team 600. No force at all from the attackers. They're just going to keep with what they were given to begin with. Yet again, they have to try and play the map, but attack all round are a hard team to try and fool. When they got players like 𝗠𝒔𝒕 able to get frags like that, it's always going to be a struggle.
Absolutely. And as against, pardon, attack all around, find 2 entries already. I think a clear case of now just playing it chill and easy. As we hear the players coming up mid, Ginny might just want to bounce back. Still has free flashes, which she could use very well to set up her teammates. Talking about it, oh no, she's missing all of it, but her teammates, especially 𝗠𝒔𝒕, do the job.
Only losing one person means that money's still going to be good too, so Team 600 now going to be able to full buy for the first time. Halfway on having all of their ultimates, but 𝗠𝒔𝒕, the Blade Storm already good to go, but not likely to use it in this round unless necessary. Everybody else is doing just fine, attack all round, maintaining their lead, and still have enough cash to go again potentially if they lose this one. Although Glooms has had to buy up. So an opening for Team 600 to keep themselves in it if they can take this round.
Revealing area.
Blocking sight.
And as we see right here, 𝗠𝒔𝒕 and Coach try to take a bit more of an aggressive stance. Same goes for Aztecs as he falls over on C, which leaves Glooms on his own. He knows how to deny further access for the moment, very crucially only for the moment. And as we see Ginny rotate over, the assistance is there. Yeah.
Yeah, they still think it's going to be a C execution, but slowly making their way across. Team 600 have been good at this for the most part, but there is going to be a bit of a hold on shot from the Cypher. The Eldron is going to be a clear giveaway of the play that they're trying to make. It does get sprayed down by the Jet, so they're not expecting the Cypher to be on this corner. Garrett, nicely played from attack all round, but he can only get one. Brought out the utility at the worst time, and 𝗠𝒔𝒕 is actually going to try and push the Omen a little bit more on this corner. Spots the HUD, but can't get the kill. Eventually does manage it. Ginny rotating all the way from C, has spike control, is just going to be up to Flare. Shock, that's going to be placed nicely, but it's all to do. Glooms takes it out. Good stuff for Team 600 to try and make that round theirs, but attack all around, good improvisational skills to keep them 3-0 up.
Solid job by the guys. As expected, the 3-0 from attack all around really pays off so far. And the question is, when will they be stopped? I mean, again, they have all the right utility, they have all the right weapons, money's growing as well.
Revealing
And
area.
that dart is gonna give good information how it's looking. Or does it? Yep. Good information. 3 players in front of C. And the first one eliminated already. What a disaster.
Aestic's just wanting to sort of spray and pray, see if he can catch anything else. And Team 600 constantly switching side to side, pendulum swinging, but slowed down to play the center of the map, an area of the map that 𝗠𝒔𝒂 has been watching throughout. It's good for one, and 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is going to help clear it up to just be Meow now on the killjoy. Know that she's going to be heading towards A due to being hit by the Cypher camera, but wraparound is good. Should be straightforward cleanup. Aestic's didn't actually spot them on shot. Meow's just going to just sort of wait, hold on for whatever they can do.
I really have to say this defender side heaviness is really interesting to watch, especially with the Southeast Asian scene we had so far.
I think it's just attack all around, firing on all cylinders again.
Also true, but I mean overall, that has been something that I find so fascinating, because throughout the entire process I think we hardly saw teams really dominate as an aggressor.
Unless there was a very lopsided matchup, yeah. And this could be one of them still. Like, I think you've got to give Team 600 a lot more respect with how they played up against Todak,
Take
but
flight.
attack all around is still a team that gets to finals, that wins finals. They are a true contender, and in a best of one with a map randomizer, it's fair to give the conclusion that they just were worse on the day. That they just got caught out by a team playing better on a certain map. Here though, they're looking much like the better team. 𝗠𝒂 manages to get one before 𝗔𝗢𝗖 has to sort of return to where they were stood to get the kill. 𝗔𝗢
Spike
playing
planted.
further back. The Rolling Thunder's not going to be available, but the post plant is still going to be played for. 𝗠𝒢𝗖𝗄, good for one. One of the aggressive ciphers of the region is trying to clear up as much more as he possibly can, and he can get two.
No! Yeah, they definitely know where Omen stands as well. Sees it, can't find the frag. 2 more to go, and the window player, which was such a crucial aspect, is eliminated. First blood falls as well. The 5-0 is, well, immediately coming in. Impressive stuff, really, as they continuously find round after round. The retakes work, the defenses work. Everybody steps up on attack all around. And I mean, the scoreboard right now is really telling the story, especially 𝗠𝒂 doing a good job, obviously, but that I think it just looks a little bit that way due to the fact that the other ones can't just cope. The other ones can't just fight those frags, as he's a little faster.
Toy is 0 and 5, made even worse as a breach with the 0 assists. It's just nothing is getting done on Team 600 side. Another half buy coming through, full loss bonus for them means that they can still buy this up and full buy into the next round. The Bladestorm is going to be dedicated on the attack too. Just add a bit more firepower, but 𝗠𝒢𝗖𝗄's camera is going to at least spot out the push. The rotation is going to come in, and the retake is going to be played for. Attack all around do have that Rolling Thunder too from 𝗔𝗢𝗖, so they're going to be sitting pretty right now. Let Team 600 work the map as much as possible, bait out as much utility as they can. Just play for a nice, straightforward retake.
All the ults are really worrying sign. All very honestly, all those ults are so dangerous. And you know, 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗄 tries, but still they take it patient. They're not giving any free 1-by-1 duels. They're not giving any stupid kind of scenarios where they could just throw those fights away. And there it comes. Attacker 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 puts down her ult. Definitely decent. Definitely something to work with. But now there has to be a change in pace. And they move back. They Funny Our Eyes really move back. And so 1 second left on the clock. Boom, it's out. And now they fight. Now they start. You see the rush coming in. And as they say, off your feet, left-hand side, still when he's dashing through. Oh, this is so well done. This is so well done. They still fight the frags, the teamwork, the composure. It comes in. Toy knows how to deny, but the defuse has started. It is already halved. It is halved. And this means location has been revealed, but still the defuse has to come in. It does not work. Goodness gracious, what a round. Really came down to the last second.
And it took everything the Team 600 had to put it through. The Hunter's Fury from Flare was good, but Toy getting off the marker, 0 kills and 5. There's now 3 and 5. The triple kill came in so clutch. Managed to upgrade from the Sheriff that he had to more, and the Killjoy ultimate that came out of 𝗔𝗢𝗖 didn't necessarily detain anybody, but it created so much space. It baited out the Rolling Thunder from 𝗔𝗢𝗖 too that didn't quite catch much. And a key round for Team 600 to win. The issue, of course, is that it ended up costing so much ultimate utility. And it became so much of a clown fiesta. Tackle round, though, still be able to buy. I'm going to be too phased by a round loss like that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the Killjoy ult was the thing that really made the difference. And even then, I mean, they made a very, very big problem over on that side of A. So, once more, Sova as well as Cypher would have their ult. Can dodge it. Very smart move. Doesn't swap sides. And that should have been the frag. Either way, waits, remains, plays the cage, and makes the move.
Recon Bolt is going to post a shotgun Garrett's positioning. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 trying to counter utility to see if they can clear stuff, but Garrett is playing a very aggressive angle. The nice dash comes through from 𝗔𝗢𝗖. Axe's entry and allows First Love to sort of finish off, but 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is still alive at this point. Killjoy turret is a threat, and the Hunter's Fury is going to come across to get 𝗔𝗢𝗖. It is just going to be Flare left.
Oh!
You know where he is, the ultimate tags him. You know that he's in short, and it should be a fairly straightforward cleanup from them.
I mean, the poor man can only try to come out. You know, time to kill him. Definitely happening. 6-1. That is the case. Clear-cut win of another round. What a massive move by those guys. It is incredible to see how the retakes and how the defenses itself work. I mean, the last 2 rounds have shown us more of the retakes, but it's still a very nice job. Attack all around have delivered.
6-1. Tackle round not really dropping too much, and the round that they did required everything that Team 600 had available to them. Rolling Thunder is good, halfway to building up another Killjoy lockdown. And enough money to have another buy, which is key for Team 600. OneFly might be sort of pushing on into mid. The Aldrin is going to make them change their mind on that one. But the updraft means that they can be playing from the top, and Team 600 should be wary of this. A place that OneFly has been playing on multiple occasions, but he's still able to get those kills. Unbelievable stuff from OneFly. Team 600 should know better at this point.
You know, seen this as a really sinister scenario, though I'm not quite sure if that was really the move from Ace Tix. And I mean, poor Omen is trapped, moves around, does himself the favor to stay in a more defensive position. As immediately Breach joins, that's gonna work. Oh, the teamwork! The communication must be really on point when you can't put up this distraction to move out a window and find so many kills. That's excellent. That's really showing how much chemistry is existing between those players.
The individual play, just the improvisational skills that OneFly. Not even relying on the jet up roll, it's just the creative use of utility in different ways that they can be playing. Another eco now at a Team 600, or at least a half by 𝗔𝗢𝗖 picking up the judge. We headed towards A. The camera's going to spot out this push at this point. It is taken out. But yet we're still seeing Kagura playing very aggressively. Knows that they're going to be playing into worse guns. Is actually starting to pick them apart and not being traded out just yet. Utility now starting to come through. They know that he's still in this angle, and he's able to get a third still.
Massive move. Massive move. And I mean, a breach now spotted. This is not the time to make mistakes. As I say it, Toy immediately eliminated. And so, seems like that judge could not deliver a verdict. No sentence passed. It's 8-1, and his team 600, who really got to deliver it on the CT side.
Really well played from 𝗔𝗢𝗖 to just sort of read the room and know exactly what kind of guns 600 were working with. It's a shame that the shock dart missed from Flare, but it's something that 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is going to punish day in, day out. So far, this is a masterclass on how you should play defense on Haven. So difficult for Team 600 to get anything done. They have a Rolling Thunder, but they've had it for quite some time. And First Love might be first death. Shock Dart does a lot of damage into him. Doesn't necessarily catch the kill. Paranoia's going to come through, but I don't think it's going to catch the Omen onto the high ground.
Right there.
And as I try to make the move through, 1𝒔𝒕 is hiding back in garage. Glooms has to make it somehow out of the corner, but no, he doesn't even need to. Finds another, teleports over. It's definitely the wrong position, but still. The rounds are getting somewhat close. Yet again, they always have the kind of right idea to make it work. Shocking, really shocking.
Glooms did well there. Was caught out in that position because he was on the Omen, like, teleporter box just off of C Long. The Rolling Thunder came through, he hopped to the low ground, got hit by the Paranoia, but just kept their composure, stayed in the same spot. Team 600 just assumed it would be clear with all of the ultimates and utility thrown into that position. He's able to get a couple before he's taken out, and sets up Ginny to get the rest. Great half from them. Lockdown is available, and it was very pivotal for the only round so far that Team 600 were able to get on the attack. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 has wanted to stay alive and see if they can control that. Ace Tix knows that Garage is under offensive pressure. Aggressively sitting on this angle to try and take these engagements. Misses the first shot, but stays alive up until Toy gets that kill.
Yeah, still, I mean, they right now really have to wait for just 2 guys. And that's, first of all, Omen. And second of all, it got to be the Cypher making a move. Because both can really get them from behind. Talking about it, Gloom's down, First Love down. Again, I mean, they have map control all over the place, and it's paying off so massively. It's wonderful to watch.
𝗔𝗢𝗖 finishing off with the final kill. At this point, you would be silly to assume otherwise with Attack All Around having such a strong half. Team 600 have failed to bottle and rekindle their form very early on in their game against Kodak. 𝗔𝗢𝗖, Ginny, everybody's showing up when necessary. This is one of the better factors for this team, to be brutally honest. It's that Attack All Around are all individually great players that can show up when necessary. But 1𝒔𝒕 has had some great games today. Styling now with the double operator. Ginny's even going to be giving it a go. Could be an 11-1 half-time. Ginny gets first blood with the operator. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 also adds to it. I think they're all just playing with the ops at this point, having a bit of fun.
And as we see right here, it's just absolutely unwinnable for Team 600. At least that's what it feels like. They can do whatever they want. They can use their Killjoy ulti whatever way they want. They may only work once with that, and no other winning conditions, really. It's a disaster. 11-1, Ryan. The second stomp we see for this tournament so far.
And a great map for Attack All Around, who look very comfortable on Haven. To say that this is a must-win pistol round for Team 600 is putting it lightly. Attack All Around win this, they're going to match point with a bit more economy. Team 600 would have to force up. Not an ideal scenario to be in, but I can imagine 600 still being able to get a couple of rounds, certainly early on in this second half. Very little to work off of for both teams, obviously, because everything's been reset, but a 𝗔𝗂𝗍𝗏 looking to come in, a split through to Garage too. Luckily, there are players there from 600 ready and waiting to take the brunt of this execute as it comes on through, but I'm curious to see how Attack All Around are going to use this utility to break on. 𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏's going to be the first thing fired.
At 2 darts, the question is where they land.
Oh, he did it!
They find him so massively. First off, can't even cope. Look at this. It's absolute denial, as though 𝗏𝗏𝗏 tries and joins that party. It still tries to find frags. A little eager those guys are. It's crucial to get some frags off of that Cypher. And there, 𝗠𝑀𝒃 joins. The second flick ain't there. 𝗏 is having a bit better HP situation than his counterpart, but it's about 1 headshot. That's all that matters. 𝗏 comes in. Would still have a cam besides that. Would be lovely to see him put that to use. He's like, where is he? Where are you going? To his left-hand side. He still does not find the kill. For Christ's sake, it's not too much missing. Both are low, and 𝗏 was about time to get that kill.
He's been the best clutch player for 600, so they're glad it was him. He's an 11-11 when it comes to his KD. Really the only one that's rising to the occasion in a similar fashion to how he did against 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Getting the MVP award, but not the win. But the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 works out so well, knowing that they're going to be playing in this position.
Right there.
First Love doesn't stand a chance. Nice to see those average Jonas level 𝗏𝗏𝗏s coming through. And as
Amazing.
I've highlighted countless times, this region soaks up these kind of things like a sponge. And Attack All Around is one of the best when it comes to utilizing it.
Yeah, you said it so many times. In the meantime, 𝗏 is trying to get a bit better ACS out of this game for sure. 𝗏𝒂𝒏 hurt that. He must have heard him hover. And
One enemy
they
remaining.
find another frag. Still big kind of damage dealt. I think he must be killed from window by now. Any second soon, yeah. Doesn't have that on his radar. You can't really blame him for that. And as we dive into our, well, last few rounds, I'm not so sure if I'm a believer of this going to end so fast. It should, right? I think we both agree it should. On the other hand, it seems too obvious that it's going to end that way. But 11-3 is a scoreline which you can't deny is way too strong, actually.
Revealing area.
So what 𝗔𝗂𝗏𝗏 can do now with a bit of that utility, Recon Bolt is going to be cleared on either side without giving up too much information on what the plan is. A lot of people from 600 stacked up onto the A site, and the 𝗓𝗏 even dedicated. Lots of utility used early on from 600, just to get a better understanding of what's happening. 𝗏𝒔 needs to be careful of 𝗏𝗏𝒏's over on the right-hand side, and teleporting in a safe place at least, but 𝗏𝗏𝒏's manages to escape. Seems that it's going to be an A hit coming together for Attack All Around. But look at Team 600, expecting the play. Not only that, 𝗏 having the Rolling Thunder now after some terrific rounds from him. Scary thing that you have to deal with now in this first buy round of this half for Attack All Around.
And 𝗏𝒂𝒏𝗏 try and transfer the A sites. And here comes the ult. Still, I think, only caught 𝗏𝗏𝗏s. Yeah, and another one found towards mid. 𝗠𝑀𝒃 falls as well. Attack All Around struggling at the moment here as Attack. Well,
30 seconds
game
left.
does not really work the way they play. 𝗏𝒂𝒏𝗏 ain't going for a fake immediate dart that drops down. Oh, the timing could be brutal. The timing could be horrible if it goes that way, but nope. 𝗏𝒏𝗏 is faster. Second one entering. Finally, the frag found. Still, double amount of players right now on the board for the site of Team 600. 𝗏𝒂𝒏𝗏 considers to swing wide. He has been spotted. Finds one individually. The player you want to have, but he can't kill them all.
600 starting to come back into this now. Attack All Around, just needing two more rounds and they'd be good to go. They would definitely qualify. Even just one more for match point to just make sure that this goes to overtime would be enough, but another save coming through again. 600 looking a lot better on the defense, a little bit more streaky from AAA. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 having a Blade Storm is looking to maybe use that in this round, but nothing else coming online. Hunter's Fury was used up by Toy in the previous round. Stuff coming through Hunter's Fury from Flare perhaps, but
Get out of my way.
going up against the Eco, you would imagine it'd want to hold on to as many ultimates as they can.
And trying to bait anything out. Here comes the drone. Everybody's in cover. That's first of all great to see. The concussion of reach could become a problem here as a defender, but here comes the block, here comes the dash, and now up in the air? No, not happening! Oh, missing all the shots! That's horrible! 𝗠𝘀𝘁 should have done way more than that, and with 2 kills, he could have made it possible. Ain't happening. Right hand side, 2 players still await. And what an opportunity it was, and how it just drifted away.
A little bit of damage done in onto Team 600, but
Right here.
Tackle Round are just getting a couple of opportunities now to fully buy and dedicate stuff.
Right here.
Hunter's Fury not finding all that much.
Right here.
Blade Storm from 𝗠𝘀𝘁 being used up. More stuff coming online and looking more impactful for Team 600 that are now starting to bring this a lot closer.
Right here.
Tackle Round need to get off the board when it comes to their attacking half, but right now they're struggling. Flare with the Hunter's Fury straight away.
No.
He's not actually going to catch on to anybody. The updraft
No.
that comes out of 𝗠𝘀𝘁 was exceptional just to make sure that they don't get pinged. Not only does it not do any damage, it doesn't give away this plan that's coming in from a Tackle Round, and they're slowly making their way up onto the A site.
Here.
Oh boy, Rain. I mean, again, it's the A side. Again, it's 𝗠𝘀𝘁 who can do so much. As the short player has not been spotted. The dart doesn't get him. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 finally joins, but here comes the frags. It was about time to find those, and as all information has been gained, this could and should be the 12th. On the other side, you should never say never. It's just about coming and swapping onto the side in time. Both wait back in CT. Here comes the flashbang. Here comes the close fight that we might see. And Glooms, he and his teammates are getting it all done. They don't even come close to Under Heaven. It's a Cage who does it in 12-5.
Match point.
That will make it work.
And that round goes so differently if Flare hits the Hunter's Fury. It was a nice execution from a Tackle Around just to clear everything up. 600 couldn't play for the full retake. They were too beaten and bruised, lost too many people going in for it, that it was decisive from a Tackle Round. Finally getting that first attacking round win. Now they just need one more and they qualify.
One more. And should be a clear case, but as I say that, see you later. On guard, and more to come towards Garage indeed, sneaking through. I like the idea actually. A little intimidated, that's for sure, understandable. But they made it through. And 1 player would remain on C, could have heard the steps. You can't ignore Garage at this point.
Toy managing
Wait.
to slip around to get a nice kill onto
What?
𝗠𝘀𝘁, but Ginny's gonna like lurking as well. Glooms wins the engagement. Meow gets Ginny. Now it's just up to 𝐴𝑠TICS to make something happen on a round like this. He has an operator staring down at him. Just a one shot that to try and get stuff in, but trying to win these engagements, gets flanked around by Flare. 600 stay in it.
What was Ginny doing in Garage? It looked very much like she would have the window in that position. I was like, how in God's name can he bounce out? Very late frag from her. Maybe we couldn't see it. Maybe it was a different scenario, but either way, attack all around, lose a few at the moment. Doesn't mean that it's all done and dusted, don't get me wrong. Yet still, I'm somewhat worried. I'll be honest with you, I'm somewhat worried to that degree that I would expect a lot more happening from their side. I would expect a lot more from attack all around now to finish this case. Get the right weapons in the hands. Surely they do. The 𝗠𝘀𝘁 factor is really annoying as Flare finds once more frag after frag. Yet again, they tie it up immediately.
It's up for these 3 players of 600 to keep themselves within this tournament. 𝐴𝑠TICS lurking through the smoke. The Nano Swarm is going to provide a bit of a gap for him to claim through, but Glooms is the one that gets the kill.
Spike planted.
Both of the Omens having their ultimates. Going to be difficult to use them, but the Aldrin has been kept for 𝗧𝗂𝗧.
Enemy remaining.
First Love jump into the
One
low
player
ground.
standing.
Toy brings it down to a 1 versus 1. First Love up against 𝗧𝗂𝗧. First Love trying to make it close, but he should have maybe not touched the spike. It doesn't matter too much. He wins and gets the headshot onto 𝗧𝗂𝗧. Yet again, another close round that 600 had to clutch out. 12-7.
Oi, oi, oi. I really am somewhat in shock how those rounds slip away. Because the margin is getting closer and closer and closer. It's not like we see, you know, at 11-1 going to 11-2 or something. It's really getting close. It's really getting problematic at that point. And now again an eco, or somewhat of a force, but only the pistols.
Stun coming through 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗄𝗏.
Nowhere
Managing
to
to
run.
survive. The buy is not going to be good, but the Hunter's Fury now coming out of the defend inside. Flare this time finding a lot more impact by getting onto 𝗧𝗂𝗧. Your attack all round, you're not too bothered by this. You haven't bought up much anyway, and Blade Storm is going to be used just to see if 1𝒔𝒕 can maybe make a play out of it at this point. Team 600 need to be careful that not only do they win this round, they don't lose too much in the process when it comes to economy or ultimates.
Just 1𝒔𝒕.
Be faster.
Is pushing in like that. Exactly what they're actually looking for. Finally, they can work off of something, and especially eliminating Breach is making the retake harder in case they even get that far. It's still problematic to some degree. Ult would also be on Omen if it makes sense right now. Different question, but they're pushing through. They're making the move. John takes his blind and not
30
eliminated.
seconds left.
Dashes away, and Glooms still makes some magic work.
That's a very big ultimate. Actually, First Love very aggressively gets all of that information at least, but... Oh, this is a big mistake now. The Omen teleporting to the other
10
side.
seconds left.
It could be a bait, honestly. Team 600 didn't hit where he landed, so Spike is going to get planted on C. 600 have completely fallen for it.
But they don't hear the beep. They don't hear the sound. This is so confusing. So I would have thought they would play it totally different. And if this is the round really that he wins, that would be exceptional. But for now, no denial comes in. First Love. Oh, insane. But still, the bait that baited the bait made it work. Incredible.
Ridiculous round. Team 600 continuing to defy all odds. But that was costly. The buy is going to come in thick and fast now. There is a Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder for Ginny and 𝗧𝗂𝗧 to use to their advantage. Two of the biggest ultimates that they could have right now. This suddenly has a bit more pressure attached to it from attack all round. Team 600 have done well to bring this back, winning 7 rounds out of the last 8. But they weren't afforded much space to move with. They managed to make it work, but it still seems difficult to break on through. This is going to be a very quick C hit. 1𝒔𝒕 dashing into the smoke, trying to find out where the Omen is gone, but he's managed to back off the site completely. It's open for now from Team 600, but the lockdown and the Rolling Thunder is ready.
Yeah, at the same time, lockdown is also
Spike planted.
ready for the side of attack all around, which could make a crucial impact. In the meantime, everybody's moving away. Oh, and somebody's coming in from behind. Oh, the tripwire does it. It's still Grim, who's still, sorry, pardon, Breach, who has that opportunity. Counter breaching it away. One to the right-hand side has been spotted. A second can't be get. Oh, no. Again, attack all around, miss an opportunity. And again, it's getting close. 11-1 it was, Ryan. 11-1.
Yeah. Everything that attack all round had, they could use. The Hunter's Fury came out to deny the lockdown. Both Rolling Thunders came out to counter one another. But Flare coming on the flank to sort of punish where 𝗧𝗂𝗧 was. One of the key reasons why 600 is still in this. Why we're still here. And a buy again from attack all around. but things are now starting to look a bit more desperate from them. They were comfortable to begin with. And Team 600 now bringing out the operator from 𝗔𝗢𝗖 again, hoping to find something with it.
I mean, they at least saw the operator. Maybe we're finally gonna see maybe we're gonna finally see an overtime coming in. Would be the first time in this tournament. 𝗠𝒔𝒊 hiding back in the corner. But he should be on the radar, right? He should be very much on the radar. The right side has to be checked. Oh, and the flashbang right side still not checked. No! Meow gets one. Great frag found. More to come. And again, the A side has been taken. Frags to be found. And what a move by the operator, really.
Look at 600 though. They are playing so far back. Most importantly, 𝗠𝘀𝑚 is on the flank. They're rotating away. They aren't quite sure, but honestly, they should just go in for this spike plan. 𝗠𝘀𝑚 is in such a good spot that hasn't been checked, but the fact that they took so long, it's getting people to check in behind them. The Omen is now watching behind. He's going to peek at the right possible time, but looks away. Timing is not going to be in the favor of 600. Not much is. Now the Cypher's getting in. He gets that kill onto First Love. Now it's just up to Toy in a 1 versus 2. The 𝗔𝗎𝗋𝗋 is going to give away his position. 𝗔𝗔𝗋𝗋 eventually clears it up. 600 took it so close, but they are out. Attack All Around will be qualifying as the second seed in Group D.
Oh, they made it close and they made it tight. And if they're happy with it, I doubt it, because you know you're giving away round after round after round. It got really to nearly double digits for the opponent, who was down 1-11. I mean, that hurts to watch, really. That really, really hurts to watch to that degree. But on the other side, they made it and they qualified through. We're going to dive into the scoreboard in just a second. Obviously, this is going to give us a bit of an insight of what we would expect, especially once more the winning condition we talked about, right? The winning condition would have been 𝗠𝒔𝒊, we would have said. And sure, in the first half, man, this guy was absolutely delivering.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance. It started to slow down a little bit towards the end. Really, you're looking at Toy again, trying to keep in the team. Like, it was just a great individual play. We did see only one word, Attack All Around. I always mix those two up. Sort of coming in and doing some good stuff, but it was far too scary for a team of that caliber to be almost going out in that fashion. Well, we can look at these stats. We can see exactly who it was that will be getting the final MVP awards of the day. 𝗠𝒔𝒊, of course. First Bloods as well, he was on top of. Just a solid performance. Yep. It was a bit cut and dry in some cases, but 𝗔𝗔𝗋 had some really good ultimates. 𝗠𝘀𝑚 was exceptional across the day. One of the better ciphers that we've seen in this region. And yeah,
it's
I'm
very
impressed at how Attack All Around did in this case,
Very fascinating is the comparison to the entries. Very, very balanced, first of all, on the opponent's side. Team 600 really bringing up a lot of those. 12 in total, if I calculate that correctly. Massive work, especially considering that only 10 entries have been done on the side of AAA, which, first of all, tells us that AAA can work off better when they have a player less, which is somewhat scary, that considering that 𝗔𝗢𝗋 and Co really whiffed rounds where they had the entry. On the other side, the overall composure, the overall synergy seems to be better with AAA, and I'm very much impressed by that. They've really delivered that on point. Maybe we can take a look at MVP as well as the entry fragger as well, as that obviously gives us a bit of a better insight of what we should be really looking out for when we see the final stage coming our way.
Very quick fire games today, and we've ended in great fashion. 𝗠𝒔𝒊, the key to Attack All Around's great day today. It wasn't perfect. Todak were the ones that had the flawless run, 3-0 top in their group. But 𝗠𝒔𝒊 and the rest of Attack All Around will be qualifying, will be the final team to get through to the playoffs, which will be in a couple of weeks' time, mid-December. And it was a great showing. These past couple of days have been great to watch. It's a region which doesn't maybe get the credit that it deserves when it comes to the shows that they could put, like obviously stuff like production like this, but also the way that these teams play and take the best of all of the different regions, put it all together, and use it to their own advantages. These are the two final teams qualifying out of Group D. Todak can attack all around. Frostwolf had a torrid day 0-3. Whilst Team 600 didn't qualify, they went up against two great teams and made it pretty damn close in the end. So congrats to them.
Oh, they did. They very, very much did make it close. But, I mean, it has been an impressive day. It has been an impressive group. We got the teams that will make it into top 8, and therefore it was nobody else than Ryan Central on my side. My name is 𝗓𝒐. It was a pleasure bringing the AOC Masters, and don't forget to tune in for those finals later in December. So, have a good day, guys, and see you guys next time.
I know exactly what player remaining.
Spike planted. One player remaining. 30 seconds left. One player remaining. Defenders win. planted.
No more.
One player remaining. One player remaining. Ten seconds left. Spike planted. One player remaining.
I know exactly.
One player remaining. Attackers win. One player remaining.
Enemy down.
One player remaining. Flawless.
Nowhere to run.
One player remaining. One player remaining.
No one.
One player remaining. One player remaining.
No more meddling.
10 seconds left. Defenders win. One player remaining. 30 seconds left. One player remaining.
Enemy kill.
One player remaining. One enemy remaining. Defenders win. One player remaining. Seconds left. One player remaining. Thrifty.
Nowhere to run!
Spike planted. Last one enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted.
You should run.
Taken out.
Attackers win.